Okay, let's see if this works now. I'm going to see if it's working by the very, very impartial test of going to my own stream to see if it's actually streaming. You can see me now? Oh, look at this. I'm watching an ad. This is because I'm using my game stream account to see my own account. Okay, but I suppose it's working now? Well, that was weird. I did not drop any frames. It said quality was excellent, but then it couldn't actually see anything coming back from Twitch. So maybe it's something wrong with Twitch. So, probably what I'll do is just pretend the last 10 minutes didn't happen. And we'll start completely over again. So I'm going to stop, reset, start the timer. Stop and start the timer. Keep it going on the stream helper. All right, let me start over again as if I didn't start 10 minutes ago. Hello again. I'm working on, this is day 315. I'm working on rewriting my game's NPC scripts. Yeah, I finished the entire game, Rally Monkey. So we have to pretend that I didn't do that and go and try to do it again. It was a once-in-a-lifetime thing, but oh well, we have to do things, right? So I am going to be rewriting the scripts for my game's NPCs. I started working on this yesterday. The ones that are crossed out here are the ones that I got done. This pursuit script and this attack script are yet to be redone. So I'm going to work on that today. And hopefully when I have all the subroutines put together, assemble them to use them into this script to drive my game's NPCs. So I knew something was wrong because my delivery was perfect, top notch, and that never happens when I'm actually streaming. So I should have known something was wrong. The moment that I start feeling like I was in that flow, you know, this like perfect stream, like that stream was perfect start. How do you do that? Is that how you do it? Like it's Redissimo. I'm like, there must be something wrong. I must not be streaming. It was just too perfect. I knew it. Anyway, now that that's road bump, see, now I'm like screwing up my words. Now that that bump in the road has been navigated quite unsuccessfully, let's get to business. So, what was I doing? I think I was just talking about what I was about to do. Okay. So, yesterday, I was in the middle of writing the test for the pursuit script for my game. Oh, I know what I was doing a little bit. That was missed. I was explaining to nobody, I guess, how for these NPC subroutines, I'm using test-driven development. So, test-driven development is I set up what's called test suite or test fixture, a sequence of tests that sort of document what the requirements are for a little bit of code. So, for example, this little bit of code is the wander script. This script tells the NPC to sometimes move left, right, up, or down, sort of randomly, kind of like they're wandering around. And it's done on a timer. So you can think of it as something, the action to wander, it has to cool down before it happens again. So we set up use cases such as this case where we've already wandered, and so the wander action hasn't cooled down yet. The current time is 14. The time of the next wander, like when it cools down, is 16. If we run the wander script, we expect no moves. I like to divide unit tests into 3 sections. This is the setup for what we're testing, called the arrange. The act is doing the thing we're testing, and then the assert, which is named after expectations and asserts, is checking for side effects. Also, if the thing we're testing, the function we're calling, were to return a value, we would probably test it first in the assert section as well. But it's going to be mostly side effects. So, for example, we expect that when we call NPC wander, as a side effect, the other function, NPC move, is going to be called if the NPCs should move. It'll be given the context of the NPC script and the destination, where the NPC is going to move. So rather than actually calling the real NPC move function, we're substituting with what's called a mock or a pretend, a simulation, because we only really care about this NPC wander script, nothing else. That's why it's called the unit test. This is the unit we're testing, nothing else. So this just records what the arguments are to NPC move, so that And basically it's adding one move to the end. That's what this means in Lua. Take the length of moves, add one, use that index to go into moves and add something. Lua indices are based on 1, not 0. So when the length is 0 and you add 1, you're going to store it at address 1, which is the very first in Lua, not the second. And so every time this is called, we're going to add one move to the moves. So if it's not yet cooled down, we expect the length of moves to remain at 0. But if we have cooled down, like the time is 16, the next wander time is 14, so we're overdue to wander. When we told to wander, we're going to expect a move. And then, see, I'm almost caught up now to where I was during the 10 minutes where no one was able to watch me. The third test here is not only checking to make sure that we can move, but that it moves in the 4 cardinal directions. So normally, wandering is done with a random direction. So we're doing a little bit of what's called white box testing. We know that the way it chooses which direction to wander is by using a pseudo-random number generator, an RNG. Bless the RNG, right? And it's called math random in Lua. And we're furthermore expecting that it will be called with a minimum of 1, maximum of 4, or possibly 0 to 5, anything that contains 1 and 4. And we're going to loop 4 times, and we're going to take that loop variable, 1, 2, 3, or 4, and plug it in as a return value for math random. So basically, we're going to try all 4 directions. Hey, Apollo I. I'm on late on Wednesdays and Fridays. I'm on earlier Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays. That's my current schedule. In fact, I have a little schedule thing to show you if I hit the right keys here. Schedule. Here's my current schedule. So I have afternoon streams on Wednesdays and Fridays. For me, it's 3 p.m. today and 2 p.m. on Friday. UTC or Greenwich Mean Time or whatever you want to call it, it's 11 p.m. Wednesdays and midnight on Fridays. So Monday, Tuesday, and Friday I have morning streams. So this is different than my schedule. Like most of the time I've ever been streaming, it's only recently that it's set to this, and this is to arrange it around my kids' activity schedule, since I'm a stay-at-home dad also. Earliest time is 5 p.m. 5 p.m. UTC, yeah. Yep, so if you're in Europe, I'm going to be an evening/nighttime streamer. If you're in the US, it's a day stream. If you're in Asia, it's going to be an early morning stream. I guess in Australia as well. So that's the schedule I'm sort of locked into, because being a stay-at-home dad, all the other time is booked for taking kids to school, taking them home from school, doing the groceries, doing chores, all that sort of stuff. These are the times that I can fit like a good solid 3 to 4 hours in there. So anyway, the wander function is going to pick a random direction. We're going to simulate that and expect that each direction is going to be picked once by using this it's called white box testing, because we are knowing a little bit about the internals of the thing we're testing. If we didn't need or want to expect anything about the internals of something we're testing, it'd be called black box testing. Like, it's a black box. We don't know what's inside of it, right? So here we know that it's going to call math random, and it's going to need a number from 1 to 4. You're still searching for your solid 4 straight hours, so you have to wait until they're at least 3 years old, Rally Monkey. And you just reset the timer. Rally Monkey just had his second kid. So back to 0 with you, as far as waiting for them to get a little older to give you a solid 4 straight hours to yourself. Yeah? It's the cost, my friend. All right. Given that we pick a direction using with math random, this sets up that it's not on cooldown, and then given an initial position here, we say, okay, wander. And then we're always going to assert that there's some move that's been done. And we're going to take the move, and then using this lookup table here, look to see which destination was picked. And it will check to make sure exactly one of them is picked right here, because if the actual move index stays at 0, then this expectation will fail. And as soon as we set that actual move index, that means we found which direction it moved, and we count the number of times it was moved in that direction, and we break. So, and at the end, we make sure that each direction was only move to once. So once up, once down, once left, once right, never in any unexpected other direction. So that's the test to make sure that wander actually moves correctly. And then last but not least, here's a test to make sure when it does need to start cooling down, it does so correctly. So again, a little bit of white box testing, and we know that the wander timer is sort of randomly picked between a minimum and maximum range, and that is math random again is the one picking a time based off of a minimum maximum. So again, we loop from 1 to 4 and just take that loop index and oh, that's right. I take back a step. This assumes that it's calling math random with no arguments. So basically that they're both nil. So they're both nil that go into this else. And here we're using the loop variable. And I'm multiplying by 0.25 to say, well, the first time it's going to be 0.25, second time a half, the third time 3/4, and the fourth time a 1. And that we expect that that's going to turn into a range between the minimum wander time and the maximum wander time based off of that random number spread between 0 and 1. So like linear interpolation between the minimum and maximum based off of the random number that was picked. So we get to pick the random numbers because we're the test framework instead of using the real random number generator. And this just expects that for different inputs, we get the expected outputs, right? The wander time is going to be set according to that random number. So I'm going to continue this kind of work. This was all done yesterday. Today, it's going to be about finding paths to targets and attacking enemies. And if I get done with that, it's going to be trying to pull together all of those subroutines into a larger script. I'm actually not sure if I'm going to bother making a unit test for this. I might just go ahead and you know, I think I know what I'll do. I'll make each of these a function that's separately tested, and then assemble them in order and not test the assembly. If I did that, you could call that an integration test. I don't usually do integration tests. Unit tests are fine. If any one of these steps is wrong, we would most likely find the bug. If putting them in a certain order is wrong, then I could just inspect the order and say, oh yeah, well, these two need to be flipped, and then fix it that way. All right. I'm just double checking for a second to see if did I miss anything. Last time I missed something when I ran my stream. I really want to make a standalone reusable checklist program. Among other things, this little timer over here is not always really reliable. I'm using SNAS for that. I'm thinking about making my own little stream overlay thing that includes the uptime and also interactive checklist and a bunch of other things. I don't want to try to redo the chat overlay, but maybe I'll also incorporate the current task thing. So rather than going to files like current task and having that go into OBS, I think that's kind of low budget. I like to, do a little bit better than that. So one of these streams, I'm going to take a diversion to make a little stream overlay for myself. All right. So the way I have this set up, I have a program called Moon Unit, which looks like Google Test and integrates just like Google Test does into Test Explorer and the other plugin I have to show my unit tests in VS Code. So that lets me run them as if it was a Google Test. And all of these tests fail because that's where we stopped yesterday. I had gotten the stop pursuit working, and I had all these tests set up for the other parts of pursuit. I didn't have any matching code for it. So stop pursuit. The setup for this is that the NPC has a path they're following, and it's recorded what step is next. And then we say, nope, stop pursuit. And we expect that the path will be cleared and the step will be reset. Easy enough, right? So start pursuit will be, I complicated a little bit where I said there's a previous path, and we're going to say start pursuing, and we're going to expect a new path to be computed. I have a cold still. If I mute once in a while, it's because I have a cough. I was hoping I wouldn't be coughing. I have these cough drops. Good thing I have them. Okay. Might have to back down a little bit from talking so as to avoid lots of extra coughing. Yesterday, I muted to cough, and I forgot to unmute. And I was talking for a good 5 minutes before anyone told me. Thank you for that follow, by the way. It was embarrassing. Having a cough is probably one of the worst things you can have as a streamer because it interferes with your ability to communicate and talk. Anyway, we're going to, the act again is to pursue a target entity up to a maximum range, and I have most of this set up. We're going to, this is a little bit of white box testing again, where we know game find path is going to be called, and when it is, we're going to expect certain things to match. That the zone argument needs to match the Z field of the position within the context, which is where? Right here. So that's the zone. Then the X and the Y will show up in this start list. And then the position, the X and Y fields of the position of the target entity set up right here will show up for the target's coordinate list. Thank you for that follow again. And then, again, of course, this max range, we would expect that to show up as the max cost parameter. So in the real game, find path will do either Dijkstra's algorithm, or A*, or some other elaborate pathfinding algorithm, right? It doesn't matter for this test because we're not testing the algorithm itself. We're just testing this script. This script is going to use this algorithm. So when we're testing the script, we don't need to test the algorithm. We just need to simulate the algorithm. So it's just going to be expect that the arguments are what we hope they are, or what we hope they will be, and then return a pre-computed test path, this new path up here. And then the rest of the test is to expect that that new path made it into the path delta for the script context. This context delta represents all the changes that are about to be made to the game. So if context delta has an NPC path, that means the path variable of the NPC component of the NPC is about to be changed, and we expect it to be changed to whatever the Pathfinder computed, right? And then furthermore, we expect it's going to set the NPC on that path by saying the next step is at index 1. Remember, Lua starts indexes at 1 and not 0. So that's pretty much it. This fails because the NPC pursuit start is empty right now, so I'm going to go work on that. That's where we left off Wednesday, and I've explained everything within 18 minutes plus 10. So if you weren't here before, I started the stream, and then 10 minutes into it, one of my mods said, I can't watch you, network error, can't see the stream. I'm like, this has never happened before. 315 streams has never happened, where no drop frames, Twitch says excellent quality and bitrate, but then no one can see the stream for some reason, so I had to stop the stream and start over. Totally tripped me up. But now I can say that it's actually happened. Alright, so this is the script that's empty. This is the one that was working. Stopping pursuit is really simple. You just say to make NPC path an empty list, make NPC step 0. This extra bit is because in Lua you can't just fill in a table within a table if the whole path, if any of these things along the path of this reference is not already a table, you'll get into trouble. It'll say can't set a property of a nil. So we know context is always going to exist. Delta in the context exists because the caller is responsible for setting that up. So this NPC is the one that might not be there. So we have to check if it's nil, then make it a new table. Then we're free to fill things into that table. And we don't always do this because this function might not be the only function that's called during the NPC's turn. It might stop pursuing. It might also attack. So we can't just presume to empty the table. But we do need to fill it with an empty table if there wasn't one. So that's why it's a conditional setting up of the table in the first place. All right, pursuit start. This is where it gets tricky, and I gotta start thinking now. It's going to call find path. That's for sure. So the mindless part of this would be we gotta call find path, right? And we also know that what we return is going to end up in the NPC's path like that, right? So I can do the same kind of thing here. where I fill in the table for changing the NPC, and then whatever path we get from calling find path, we're going to put that in there. And then we're also going to set, I don't know why I'm typing that, I could just copy paste, right? I could just set the first step to 1, and now a lot of the prerequisites are matched. All right. The tricky stuff comes into computing this stuff, right? So the zone is easy. Actually, before that, this self thing is a clue that this will be expected to be called as an object method. So the syntax for that in Lua is a colon. That means take game as if it's a variable, an object variable, and then call a method called findPath. A method in most object-oriented languages is a function which takes as its first parameter the object of the type of where the methods are defined. If it was a formal language like C++, then it would mean that game is a variable of a class type, and that class type has a function called findPath. In Lua, it's a little bit more loose, so the colon just means that the thing on the left side of the colon is going to be a hidden first argument here. So if I had like 42 there, then this call, it would be the equivalent, exactly the same as if I did a dot and I had game in front like that. And then there's a convention in most languages that the name of that hidden variable either be called this or self. So I use self. There is no requirement in Lua, so it's just a soft convention. So I use self. So find path, and the first thing other than self, which is hidden when we're calling, is going to be the zone. So the zone, we're expected to get it from the position, so let's do that. Context.position.zone. The next one is going to be start, which is a list constructed from the x and y. So that's context position x, context position y. Then after that is the target. Here's where it gets a little bit more complicated. We can't just reach into the game's components. This is how we do it in the test framework, but in the real game, we're expected to go through another method of game called with entity component of type. So you can see the way we mock it is we just go into self components and then return, or actually we call the provided function and give it that internal component. So I'm going to want to do that outside here to get that information. So game with entity component of type. And that takes the function itself. The function is going to take the component. And then after that, the type, which is going to be position. And then the entity, which is going to be this target entity. And then inside that function, there's two ways I could do it. I could extract the stuff I need from the component here, and then wait until it returns and then do all this stuff. Or I could put all this stuff into that function. It doesn't really matter. It's maybe a little bit cleaner to extract it out and then call it. So maybe that's what I'll do right here. So local target position. And then in here, I'll say target position is component.x, component.y. In fact, let's give this a better name. This is the target position, right? Because it's the position of the target entity. So we've extracted the target position, and then that's simply the next argument here. Next, what do I need? Cost and heuristic. These are the difficult ones. This find path is using Dijkstra's algorithm, which requires a cost function to compute how much does it cost to move from A to B. So we need to provide that. And then, in addition to using Dijkstra's algorithm, it's also using A star heuristic. So in other words, not just searching out breadth first, but preferring directions which the heuristic function guides us towards. And if we're finding a path where most likely a direct route, or like the bird's, direct flight would be the shortest, we would use a heuristic that just computes like the line distance between two spots. So It doesn't really matter for this test doesn't actually care. So, where I didn't actually check the heuristic, but for the cost is going to depend on a lot of things. So that's the subject of these other tests. So to make this test pass, I actually don't even really need any cost function. So for now, I could substitute a really silly cost function. So let's do that, right? So local cost, it has to be a function, and let me think about this. It has to be a function that matches what findPath uses. So let me look that up. That was here somewhere. FindPath. And let's see what it needs. I need the findPath here that's in Lua. Right, function. Right, so in C++, it's given two objects called entity with depth list objects. And that, I think, is just a structure. Oh, it's a set. It's a set of structures. Each structure is, what is the entity, like, what's its depth in the world, like stacking order, and then if it's visible, how is it drawn? So there's a set of those. So basically, these are all not only what is at one position in the world, but a bit of other information about it. So the cost function is given these things. The entities at one position in the world where we're starting from, and then where we're ending, and figure out what the cost is based on that information. So that is the C++, and then how it's wrapped into Lua is this stuff. So it's expecting what? Let me look at this. It's going to give 3 arguments and then expect 1 return value, which is the cost. The 3 arguments are 2 tables and the max cost. The 2 tables. Oh, right. I remember this now. I made a table. So it's basically a list table, and in that list, each element of the list will be a table representation of entity with depth. So it's a special table that has these fields in it. So it's a list of tables. So going back to where I had here, so this is starting entities, ending entities, right? And then the max cost, right? So I'm just going to return 1 because I can. Because that's the testing. What the cost function actually does is not this test, not the responsibility of the test we're trying to get working now, but the future one. So we'll have to change this in the future. But right now, I just want to get this one test running. So we also need a heuristic, which I think is this. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same prototype. So we're just going to use the same thing for now. So that's cost. That's heuristic. And then the max cost is given to us, right? Max cost. And we're done. So I can now run this test and see if it passes. It does not pass. That means I messed up somewhere. Attempt to index a nil value called target on line 65 of the test. Wait a minute. Target? Oh, target. So it was nil for some reason. When we called it here, that was nil. So that would be if it never called our function, right? So how could that work? Oh, I know why. Because I use the same name. Because I'm dumb. All right. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you today? So I need to have different names here. How about we just call this one pause? And then run this again. Now it's passing. Yay. All right, so basic start pursuit works, not testing the heuristic or the cost. Let me do the heuristic next because that's easy. Hey there. Hey there, hey. Hey, Laris. Getting ready for work, making progress on my NPCs? If you consider backing up and starting over again and making progress, then yeah. These, right now, in my game, in the test environment here, are using the old NPC scripts. So I just basically tossed them all because they were horribly written and not starting from scratch, per se, but taking lessons learned from the first attempt to write the scripts for these guys. and applying it to make an improved design for the second iteration. That's what we're doing. I think it can be frustrating to start over, but I consider failure as a learning opportunity. So I failed at writing the scripts for these guys. I learned from it. So our new design is hopefully going to look better. I have a unified script for every kind of NPC. It's a priority checklist. It's really linear and clean. And then as long as I subdivided the subroutines up, each subroutine is independently tested, and it should be a lot more scalable. Hey there, Crumpet. So, I'm glad you guys missed it, but the first 10 minutes of the stream were awful because Twitch was telling me everything was fine, but no one could watch the stream. It kept saying network error for everyone. So I had to start over. It's one of those days. Alright, so we're done with NPC pursuit start except for these cost and heuristic functions. So I'm inclined to separate them out as things we can test independently. I'm going to do just that. I'm going to put them right here. Verify that that doesn't make start pursuit fail. And then we're going to focus on making these cost things. Actually, I'm going to do the heuristic first, right? I think the heuristic will be a lot easier. So I have to design these tests. I'm going to expect that the heuristic will... let me think about this. That the heuristic that we're given will compute the Manhattan distance between coordinates. So how do we get the heuristic? Is we're going to provide a find path, expect it to be called, and it'll be given to us, and then we can just test it, test the thing when it's given to us. So I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to say that all of this is irrelevant. In fact, I don't care about the new path at all. Who cares, right? I don't care about this either. Move. We need to provide something, right? So just provide something that returns true. Why not, right? And then let's see here. Actually, why do I have a move? Pursuit doesn't move, does it? Oh, I forgot to test that. Alright, never mind. Unless that's what this cost can move was for. Oh, I think it was this. Oh, no. I'm supposed to have a start pursuit and then a continue pursuit. That's what that's for. Okay. So I don't need a... Where was it? In this, I don't need to mock NPC move. So this I can delete. I don't need it here either. Okay. This, do I need that? I do, because if I don't provide a position, this will never get called. Oh, that's right. We have a guest today. The kitty cat, who's getting a pet right now. I forgot to turn on the cat camera. I don't have all my windows arranged right to see that. Okay, good. Yeah, Crumpet, it was really weird. I had no idea that the stream was broken until Rally Monkey told me that it kept getting a network error. He is 90% fur. You know how I know? Well, the rare occasion where I have to give him a bath, it's like he's like a bedraggled rat. Like he's all fur and maybe 10% bones. He's definitely not a fat cat. All right, heuristic. I don't care about any of these other things, right? And we can just return an empty list. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to expect any of this stuff. Oh, we do need a target. We need to have something for target entity. Doesn't matter what it is. Max range. Yeah, I guess I need that. Although it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to test that or use it more than once anyway, so I'll just put 2 or something. Who cares? All right. So the thing we're actually testing here is heuristic. So it's given to us. So I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to actually capture it. I need to, if I wanted to call it heuristic, let's call it if I call that heuristic, I can't call that heuristic. I have to call it something else. How do we call this? Heuristic in, lack of a better word. And then what I'll do is I'll just capture it, make a copy of that function. Then I can, in the act, I can use it. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So local, I don't know, I just need to give these arbitrary names like h1 or something is heuristic. And then here, I have to provide it what it expects. And I had written this down as it expects starting entities and ending entities. And then if I remember right, that was, each one of those is a list, which in Lua is also a table, but it's a table where the indices are numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And each element is a special kind of table that looks like this, where they have entity, depth, tile ID, tile set. So I don't think I need to fill in all of those things, because we can just provide the ones, again, a little bit of white box testing where we know what the thing we're testing should look at. The heuristic only really cares about the entity because it's going to use the entity to get the position, and it's going to take that position and compute the Manhattan distance. The language is Lua, so it's easy. It's Lua, Lua. Lua, it's a pretty cool language in my opinion. Lua language. It's a lightweight, high-level, multi-paradigm programming language designed for embedded use in applications. It's cross-platform. It's written in NCC. It's very, very cool. It was originally designed a long time ago. One piece of trivia that you may or may not know, Lua was designed by the folks at the, I think, University of, where was it? Rio de Janeiro. It was designed because Brazil had a policy where they couldn't import software, but they needed something like Lua, so they just designed it themselves because they couldn't import it from anywhere else. I think it's really, really cool. It's used in other games like World of Warcraft and Factorio and others as a way to script a game. Oh, you redeemed the pet the cat? Okay. We will go pet the cat. We must do this because it's been redeemed, right? Here we go. The cat's like, what? Why are you petting me? Hey there, Akira. Thank you for that. And I didn't say hi to Actually Walshy. Yeah. I appreciate the reminders that about that redemption, because the tools I use don't pop up and let me know when it actually gets redeemed right now. I need to work on that. I need to have some kind of audio cue when it gets redeemed. It's not built into Twitch, so I need to figure out how to do it myself. All right. So the heuristic is going to take the entities, look at their positions, compute their Manhattan distance, right? So starting, these are going to be tables. Tables, and those tables are just lists of things that have entities in them. So entity equals, I don't know, E1. And I'm also going to make the assumption that it only looks at the first thing in the list. So I'm going to collapse this a little bit. Like that. And I'm going to call this a bunch of other times. 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll reverse 1 and 2, and here I'll do 1 to 3, 3 to 1, and then maybe 2 and 3, and then 3 and 2. So I'll make 3 different entities that are 3 different positions, and we'll figure out what do we expect for those values. So moon unit expect equal something. I'll figure out in a second for H1 through H6. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I should have a cat sound notification, shouldn't I? The problem right now is that there's no API, at least that I know of yet, that will give a bot or a program or any kind of automation a clue about a custom redemption, unless that custom redemption includes a message. So I have two options: either wait for or learn an API for custom redemptions that have no messages, or require you guys to type something when you redeem Pet the Cat. So one way or another, I have to change something. It'd be cool if I didn't have to require a message, and they did give me an API, and I could just extend my stream helper to make a cat noise whenever someone uses it. Just require a message. Yeah, if I did that, then I could have my stream helper listen for it and then play a cat noise. On stream would be perfect, right? Play it for everybody. And then if I didn't hear it, someone could say, "Didn't you hear that? You're supposed to pet the cat now." All right, I need to set up these entities the same way I had this target entity. Let's so just define them. E1 is, it doesn't matter what these numbers are, as long as they're different from each other and from the target entity. And then the same way I did the target entity, let's do the for E1 through E3. And the zone is not going to be important, so I'm just going to remove it. 2, 3. So let's set up some, it doesn't matter what these coordinates are. Let's do 0, 0. And then, yeah, 1, -3 is fine. And then something completely different, like -5, 7, or something like that, right? So the Manhattan distance between E1 and E2 is 1 plus 3, which is 4. So that's going to be 4 for those two, right? And then for 3 and 4, that's between 1 and 3. So that's between 0, 0 and 5, 7. So that's 5 plus 7, which is 12, right? And then 5 and 6 are between 2 and 3. So the Manhattan distance here is 6 plus 10, or 16. That didn't quite work out. There. So that's my test. So I'm going to run it. It's going to fail. The line numbers are off because my Moon Unit tool is not perfect. There's no way for it to tell the Test Explorer that the line numbers changed unless I reload everything. Okay, it doesn't work because I haven't written the code yet, right? It's just returning 1 all the time. Where was that? Here. Okay. So the real way to do this is like this with entity component type. We're going to do that twice because we want, given E1 position of starting entities, just take the first one and then do the same thing nested, because I can, why not? With E2, which is ending entities 1. Let's do it this way. We have to return it from the outer function. So we'll do result, and we'll just say return result. And if we can't get a position of both, let's default to returning a 0. So if we get a position for both, we'll end up inside of this innermost one. And we'll just say result is, and then we're going to compute the Manhattan distance between E1 and E2. It'll be E1 math.absolute value of E1 position dot x. It's the difference between the two, right? It doesn't really matter which one I do. Plus the absolute value of the difference between the y coordinates. I think that's it. So run the test, and it still didn't work because I messed something up. Result. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. You did miss a cat redemption. You know, Lil Lua, but that seems quite awkward. This isn't Lua, this is my stuff. I'm using the visitor pattern. The awkwardness is probably that this visitor function is called back iterating this game, its entity component system. I do this so that I don't require copies. It's much faster when we get a reference to the position and not get a copy of it. And I just haven't found a non-awkward way of specifying it. There's probably a way, Laris. I just haven't figured it out yet. Another way would be that I just record this one and return and then do this outside down here somewhere. But I did something wrong, obviously, because it's not... It's actually returning 0 always. Starting and ending, and we're taking the position. Did I do that right up here? It's position. Oh, you have to take the entity field. So it's this dot entity. Right? There we go. So now it's passing. Okay, so that's all that the heuristic function does. Compute the Manhattan distance between the positions of the first entity and then the two sets. And so the more complicated thing is the cost function. So we have all these different things the cost function might be asked to do, and I need to figure out the scenarios in which we want to do this. I think the can move is the easiest one, where we're just computing the cost between two adjacent positions, assuming that you can move between the two. And this is where we're assuming it's blocked by an obstacle, blocked by a non-player character, blocked by a player. And then this is another scenario where we're calling it and we're ignoring players who are gone. We're passing through other NPCs, or we're it shouldn't be ignore other NPCs, should it? Why do I have pass through and ignore? Oh, this is where it should allow it. The cost should be 1, and this should be where it looks at other tiles other than the NPC. Yeah, because actually, do I need that now? I could just do this later. If I'm just doing pursuit, then I can just focus. The pursuit stuff will always be blocked by other NPCs and players, so that means I can get rid of these ones, simplify and do these later. So we do want to ignore players if they're marked gone. Otherwise, we will be blocked by players and blocked by other NPCs or obstacles. So we want to test all these conditions where we're blocked and stuff, and also the condition where we can move. These tests I go with something else. That's for continue pursuit and not start pursuit. All right, so gonna take this again. Actually, you know what? I'm wondering if I should put all this stuff in a helper somewhere. I'm considering it. Because it'll always have the same general form where we're going to set up like a bunch of entities with different stuff in them. We're going to call pursuit start after mocking find path to capture what we want, and then we're going to be testing the thing we captured with some standard entities, and we're going to expect some certain results. Maybe I will set these E things up separately. So to do that, I would do this. I would pull out... I actually pull out all of these, right? All of these ones I'd pull out completely out. Up here where I have the... just right here. Just paste them right here. So we're going to set up some common test entities. Mock entities. I think that's what I want because require common is going to pull in game. This is going to be modify game using some local variables. This is not context, it's base context. Yes. Okay. So then I don't need to do that or that. It's just done for me. And then, okay, let's see if it works. Show me where that is. Run them all. Okay, so it'll do that if I need to reload sometimes. Run it again. Okay, cool. They're still passing, so that we can do that then. So that means it's a little bit more simplified. So copying that, let's do the easy one first, can move, right? So I'm going to capture the cost function instead of the heuristic. So cost in, cost is cost in, and then, yeah, I'm just going to compute the costs between, actually, if it's just can move, we'll just pick two entities and arrange that we can always move from one to the other. So I really should put them adjacent to each other, right? So let me make an E4. And we'll put E4, that's make it adjacent to E3, I guess. So -4, 7, right? So we should be able to go from E3 to E4, compute the cost. Cost E34, or cost 34, I guess. I don't know. How about actual cost? Okay, what are we going to expect here? That it is 1. All right, so a couple things about the cost function. It should not cost anything. No, take that back. It should cost 1 unit to go to between one square and another if there's no obstacle. So that means we need to set this up to explicitly have no obstacle between them. An obstacle is defined as that there's a tile present at that position that the NPC can't step on. So a couple more things about whether or not you can step on it depends on the NPC's capabilities or caps. Capabilities will have a movement capability in it, and that's a bit mask. So if I set it to 1, that means the NPC can move on land only. So to pass from one place to another would mean that either doesn't have a what is it, mobility mask at all, or has a mobility mask that includes the 1 bit. So just check it out my own game here, for example. This tile 4 here, we can find it in background here. It has an, oh, it's called accessibility, not movability. It has an accessibility bit mask of 1. So to do this right, that means I have to have a tile for E3 and E4, and that the tile has to reference tile set and ID. That means I have to have a tile set as well that has all the information that we're going to be looking up. So either that, or I should check to see if some of this has already been set up for me. Oh, what, some of this I already set up, didn't I? I had like a function called access check that did a lot of this for me. Yeah, here we go. Access check. I think we're just going to leverage, we're going to mock access check. Yes, access check is given a destination tile, a mobility mask, and then it returns either a 1, a 2, or a 3, based off if it's permit, deny, or pass. Hey there, iGrok. Oh, the beast left? He was very stealthy. He went to go hunt, I guess. Alright, so mobility is a... Oh, they're both integers. Okay. Alright, so technically I don't even need any kind of tile thing at all, do I? What does this actually look at? Okay, yeah, so we have to look at it. It's going to have to look at every tile in a position. I remember this. It's more than access check. There was like yeah, with entities at position. We're going to have to mock that as well. So that's given X, Y, and zone, and it's expected to return what? What is it returning? Returning 0. Oh, no, it's calling this function here with 2 arguments, the entity and its depth. Okay, yeah, that's important. All right, so I got to mock those. I don't need to mock them at this level. Actually, I can mock them way up here, can't I? I could say game dot with... Oh, no, I already mocked this in common, didn't I? When I say didn't I, I'm usually asking myself. Which means I'm technically insane, right? Or crazy? I don't know, what's the term where you talk to yourself? Hear voices and that kind of thing. With entity set position. Yeah, I already did this. So I don't need to do anything with this, but I do need to do access check. Oh, I already have head and distance. I could have used that. Okay, so I don't need to mock that. But I do want to mock access check. Game access check. Alright, access check. Where are you? Right, that's given tile mobility and self. Tile mobility. So here I can leverage what these numbers are and just do checks on them. Or I could stash something in here. That's probably the easiest. I'll stash in here, what do I want to call it? Access? Or A? So right now I don't need any barriers, so we just set them all to 1, and I'll just say, if, what are we gonna say? Game.components dot position tile dot A. Can you do a bitwise and with Lua? I forget. Lua, please. Is there actually I just want to look at the manual. I want to look at the operators. There is a bitwise and. Alright. And mobility. If that equals 0, then I'll return whatever the code was for deny, which is 2. Deny. Else I should have a check if this is 0. So local access equals that. Right? If access equals 0, then return 3, which was pass. And if they do overlap, then the return is 1, permit. There, I've mocked it. Are there any resources you recommend for getting started using a scripting language with C++? Depends on the scripting language. For Lua, it was ridiculously easy. It was actually in the Lua manual. They talked about how to integrate it with C. Where did they do that? Near the end, maybe? Talk about Lua standalone. I don't know what chapter it's in. One of the chapters of the Lua manual just walks you through how to put it into a C program. Maybe it wasn't chapter 6. Chapter 6 is what? Standard library. So maybe it was 5? The auxiliary libraries. No, it's not 5. Is it 4? One of these chapters tells you how to do it. Oh, maybe it was... That's... Yeah, this is the API. Oh, maybe it didn't walk you through it. It just told you what you could call, and it just assumes that you linked with the Lua source code. Oh, what document? Yeah, DevDocs. I totally love DevDocs now. I forget which viewer told me about it, but I can't live without it now. Not only can you look up like different programming languages here and frameworks and stuff, but you can tell it to download them for offline usage. So you have like, you can say, I want to install, you know, some of these, and it will just download a local copy into your browser. I don't know where they store it. I have no idea, but I think it stores it in your browser's memory somewhere, and then you can then access the app when you're disconnected from the internet. It's pretty cool. Yeah. I used to go to various sites like cppreference.com, right? But then I found out, well, the built-in C++, it's actually a copy of that site, pretty much, right? One for one. So I don't need to go to cppreference anymore. Yeah, it's awesome. All right, so getting started with scripting with C++. I'm trying to remember what it was. So it depends on the scripting language. So Python, I think there's something in the Python site that talks about how to integrate Python with C++. But yeah, Lua, pretty sure it was just Lua embed main. I thought it was just in the Lua manual, but it might not be. Was it in here somewhere? Embed. Hold on, let me find it. Maybe it was just Stack Overflow. Oh, basic guide given here. Here we go. Yeah, I think what I ended up doing was just searching on the internet, just like I did now, and I found this, and I just read it. It's really not that hard. You can see it fits in a web page. This is a really, really ugly page, but to embed Lua in C is literally just, like they say here, you include 3 header files, and then in your main, you call Lua open. And then if you want the standard library, you have to do a little bit more. Stuff like this to specify what standard libraries you want. And then when you're done, you do Lua close. It's really, really easy. And there are like a couple more elaborate versions of Lua open and Lua close. I think I have, like, if you want your own custom memory allocator and that stuff. But you don't strictly need that. Like, this example just does everything you need, and it's really small. So yeah, again, it depends on the scripting language. Everything's different. Lua, I would say, is the easiest script language so far for me to embed. What was it? Python was decently easy, and then Perl was a nightmare. I don't want to have to remember how I embedded Perl in C. I don't want to ever do it again. Python was okay, except for its standard library has external files. So you had to lug those external files, all those PYs or PYCs around with your program. Lua, you don't need to do that because the standard library in Lua is built into the C code of Lua. It's just a secondary, like lualibs.c or something like that. So you just include that in your build, and that's all you need to do. It's really cool. No external files needed, and it's really nice. Isn't it like I don't know about PHP, Mr. Muffles? No clue. My experience is limited to Perl, Python, and Lua as far as embedding scripting languages into C and C++. Lua is very basic. So that means lots of people love it and lots of people hate it. So like the only data types you have in Lua are Boolean, which is really just an int is 1 or 0. And then you have integer, and then you have number, which is like a float, and then you have string, and then you have table, and that's basically it. That's it for data types. There are a couple other ones like user data and thread, but these are like niche use cases. I use this one because user data is kind of like a special kind of table, but it acts like a table. So might as well just think of it as a table and be done with it, right? So a lot of people love Lua because it's only got 5 basic data types. Some people hate it because it's not expressive enough. I leave it up to you to decide if it's something you like or not. If you want something that's more not complicated, more rich in syntax and it has a deeper, more covered standard library, Python is what I would recommend. But then the Python has its baggage, which is all the .pys, pycs that you need to lug around. That's what I really didn't like. But other than that, Python's an awesome script language. Other things that people like about Lua, you don't need any semicolons, you don't need any braces. But then on the other hand, you have to have these thens and ends because that's what you get for not having indentation-based scoping rules or semicolons and braces. You have to mark the scopes somehow. Yeah, you can embed JavaScript. So I could be using JS as well, using like the V8 engine, for example. But once I learned Lua, I used it for a few years, and I'm like, this is cool. I'm just gonna stick with this. It's really light. It doesn't have a whole lot of fat. It's just what I need. All right, I've talked this one to death. Access check. So basically saying it's up to this access flag. So I'm just gonna arbitrarily pick two entities for the cost can move. Right, we captured the cost function. So I'm gonna. Did I modify the wrong function? I did. I modified the heuristic. Dang it. No one caught me either. This is the act and assert that I wanted to keep for the heuristic test. This is what I wanted for the up here for the cost can move test. There we go. Fixed it. Yeah. JavaScript, yeah. I guess another bonus for embedding JavaScript is that there's a ton of experts out there and libraries and hype and future for JavaScript. Whereas Lua is pretty niche, I have to admit. Niche, you know, it's a very small relative to JavaScript in terms of community and libraries and that kind of thing. JS hype! I don't need to leverage that community or the libraries out there for what I'm doing. This is just game logic, and since I'm doing everything from scratch anyway, I wouldn't get any value from leverage. So let's see if I need to reload here. It's gonna fail at first. Oh, I didn't pick which entities I wanted. Let's say, yeah, these for sure, next to each other, right? So, E3, E4, actual cost 1, there we go. So that's cool, but let's test blocked by obstacle. So we'll make like E5 be an obstacle next to E3. So E5, we'll expect that. So for an obstacle, the convention I was doing was taking the max cost and adding 1. So that's what I'm going to do here. So I need to make an E5, which is an obstacle. So E5 will be not at -4, maybe -6, and we'll make that be an obstacle, an 8 instead of a 1. Reload that. Kick, hello. JavaScript is good, but TypeScript is like a god. If you want type safety, yeah. And hello, Jidern and Igrok. I forgot to pass out some waves. And Dang Wong. Hello. There's definitely a lot of discussion about JavaScript versus TypeScript out there. It's a hot topic. Table index is nil on line 57. Oh. That's nil because I didn't assign it to anything. 5. All right. Reload. It is, but it's what's added. Well, no. It depends on what your definition of interpreted means. So TypeScript is an embellished form of JavaScript where extra syntax is added to add more decoration to things. So primarily it's types that are added and interfaces and that kind of stuff to check to make sure that contracts between caller and callee of functions, for example, are met, that you don't violate those contracts. So what the tools do is take that TypeScript and transpile or convert it from TypeScript to JavaScript, and the equivalent JavaScript still does the type checking, but it does it by just other JavaScript code that's injected into it. So exactly what Akira just said. It's a superset of JS. It compiles down to it. And also, the same techniques are used for ECMA scripts that are the newer versions, especially for compatibility with older browsers. So new features in JS, like what you might find in my JS, like this kind of stuff. This spread object syntax doesn't compute at all in older browsers, but this construct can be converted to an older version of JavaScript that does basically the same thing, and that's what the same tools are doing. Whether it's TypeScript or this kind of modern JavaScript or ECMA script, it gets compiled down into more primitive, older JavaScript syntax, which does the same things. All right. All right, I skipped those, running this one. All right, so that fails. It's given a 1 instead of a 3. So here's where it actually has to do its work. The cost function can't just blindly return 1. It's got to enumerate all of the ending entities. Actually, we're going to assume they're all at the same position. Actually, you know what? Why aren't we given the position then? I'll need to think about that. Because technically, it's sort of silly that we have to look up the position again. But I guess we'll do it anyway. Yeah, so we'll get a position of one of them. Just take this inner one for ease of use. And we're calling a different function, actually, right? Let me list my functions down here. With entities at... Okay, no, first we need the position, then we're going to call that other one. Thank you for that follow, by the way. With a position of an entity, we're going to then enumerate all entities at that position. So with entities at position game, with entities at position. So it's function first. And that function is given what? It's given the entity in the depth. And then x, y, and z. So that's the position x, position y, position z. Oh, okay, that means my tests have to have a zone argument in them, don't they? Yes. So all of these ones have to have a zone in them. I removed that before. Oh, let's just copy this line everywhere. Like that. Put that there. Oops. Ruin my clipboard if I hit the wrong key. There, there, and there. All right. Okay, so we're gonna ignore the depth, so I can just drop that right now. Given an entity, I want to know what. I need to look up its tile, don't I? No, this is where the access check came in, right? I would just call access check tile in them. Okay, that's right. So local access check, or result. How about just check equals game access check, and then it's the tile, which is the entity, and the mobility. So that's context. Oh, we don't have context. I can add that in if we wrap it down here, because we're given the context at that point. So let's include it. Context. Actually, yeah. So it's the mobility. So context caps M. If check equals. Oh, didn't I have constants for this kind of thing? I did. I had these constants. Yeah. Do I actually already use them somewhere in my Lua? You like object-oriented programming using dependency injection in it with your own decorators? I love dependency injection. I used to love object-oriented programming, but I have grown to like component-oriented design better. Oh, what's happening to my camera? Getting dark? It is. Let me fix that. What happens if I flip to the other chroma one and then modify that filter a bit? That's better. Okay. I'm gonna go with the dark chroma key. Oh, okay, so it's just game dot. All right, so we're gonna do that. If it's game dot permit, I don't need these parentheses. If it's permitted, then we're computing the cost, right? Local actual cost or result. Let's assume max cost plus 1. Then actually, you know what I should do is have flags here like local permit false, local deny false, and then just update them here. Permit is true. Else if check is game and the other constant deny, then I misspelled permit. Okay, see you, Kif Kick. Have a good night. Deny is true. End. And then I want to ignore anything lower down in that list, right? So I would say if permit or deny, return end. And then when we get down here, we'd say, actually, I don't need to do that. I can just get down to here, right? Actually, that means I'm going to move this out. And then say, if permit, then return 1 end. Maybe structured this way so it's easier to read. Else, return max cost plus 1. Alright, let's test it. This should actually be using those constants, right? Game dot that. Okay, what's the syntax error? Error loading module NPC pursuit from pursuit test? Did I not call it pursuit? Oh, it's in pursuit, line 17. Line 17. If permit or deny, oh, then return end. Cool. Okay, it didn't work. Cannot perform arithmetic on a nil value on max cost, so line 10. So nil was passed. Oh, right, because of this context, I forgot about that. So I can't just pass cost here. It has to be wrapped. I need to make a local cost. Let's call this wrapped cost. Is a function which takes the starting entities and ending entities and the returns cost of context, comma, and then these guys. Actually, I only really need ending entities 1, don't I? But I don't need to keep all of these arguments. I can just say this is... Oh, this is the wrong function. This one right here, right? Entity. I need the max cost, though. Entity. And then I need the max cost too. So this is in both of these places, max cost. There. Run it again. New Dwarf Fortress released today? I saw you were watching another streamer. Were they playing the newest version? So Crumpet, I relearned how to drill through aquifers. I didn't do that on stream because it was so stressful. It took me 2 attempts too, but I did it. And my dwarves didn't die. They got really thirsty, but they got through. I used the dual slit technique. Have you seen this, Crumpet? Dual slot aquifer. Dual slit method. Where it looks like when you're done, it looks like this at every level through the aquifer. Oh, they were playing the latest version? This is really handy, this technique. Lets you start on any aquifer area and just drill through it, get down to the stone. So you don't have to find a non-aquifer starting point anymore. Yeah, don't dig up into it unless you want to make a waterfall. Oh, you have? Cool. Yeah, the next thing after drilling through the aquifer and establishing a base underneath is then making a beautiful waterfall out of your aquifer without drowning your base. So then you have to learn how to equalize water pressure and all that stuff. Rules of physics that only exist in Dwarf Fortress and not the real world. Alright. These are still failing Y. It still thinks max cost is nil. Okay, max cost up here. No, not there. Up here. Oh, where am I? Where am I? Go there. Let's print it out here. Excuse me. Max cost. 2. So it gets this far. Oh, I'm supposed to pass it in here. Okay, I'm a dummy. So that needs to be there. Okay, it should have been 1 and it wasn't. Entities 2 and 3, 3 and 4 have an excess of 1. So what would have been the problem then? All right, is it getting into the access check stub? That's the thing. So let's just print them here. Print pass. Deny permit. It never got in there. Okay, that's interesting. So it never gets into access check? It should have, so that's the problem. It's never getting in there. So it never gets here. Pressure can't move diagonally. You got it, Crumpet. That's how you equalize water pressure. I didn't remember that at all. I had to look that one up. All right. Those begin as both false, so that it shouldn't return early. So maybe it's not even getting in here. Print hello. Run. Never got there. Okay, did it get here at all? Yes. So that meant it couldn't find the position component of the entity I told it. So let's print out what that entity is. Entity. It's a table? Oh. Yeah, okay. I need to fix this then. It is ending entities 1.entity. Fixed. All right. And the blocked one is still bad. Oh, that test is a different test, so I need to also fix that test. It doesn't have a cost on the end. Yeah, my line numbers are off again. Run it. Now it's working. Good. Good, good, good. So, blocked by NPC. So I need to put something that is an NPC adjacent to a given position. I do have other positions I can play with that are relative to E3. Right? So let me do that. I'll have E6 and E7 that are like above and below. That's what I'll do. So -5, and then one will be 6 and the other one will be 8. And we won't have any flag there. But entity 6 and entity 7 will also exist as NPCs. So we do this. We say components NPC entity 6. And doesn't need to be anything in there. And then for a player, it's player entity 7. There we go. So now entity 6 is an NPC and entity 7 is a player. So, oh, then later I'll need one that's gone. Actually, I can do that by modifying the thing in place. All right, so blocked by obstacle, blocked by NPC. So that's going between entity 3 and 6. And then a player is entity 7. And then ignore player gone would be, again, 7, but part of the arrange would be game components, player, or position, entity 7, G equals true, to mark it gone. Mark the player as gone. And then we should get a cost of only 1. Right? I think. Okay, missing some syntax somewhere. Oh, I didn't actually make numbers for 6 and 7. 6 and 7. Run. Blocked by NPC already works. It shouldn't have gotten a pass, should it? Why did that succeed? That should not have succeeded. We don't need to print that out. It's returning pass. Oh, neither permit nor deny is blocking it. Shoot. So we really need to have a tile underneath both the NPC and the player. Yeah. Let's do that. So it's not an open space. So that means yet more entities. 8 and 9. And 8 and 9 will be the same positions as 6 and 7. fact, can I just do this? Can I say that is a deep copy of the position of E6? That's 8. And then 9, position 9 is a deep copy of 7. I want slightly different things, don't I? I want a different access field there. I want 1s there. That's what I want. All right, run it again. Cool. So these are broken in the correct ways now, right? It's, yeah, right, not blocked by NPC or player yet. Okay, so we need to fix that. I haven't written that yet. Right, so when we're iterating through entities, before I do this, we need to see, is it an NPC? So, game with entity component of type, function NPC, NPC for entity, bool, or local is NPC false. This will be NPC is true. And the same thing for player. Check if the entity is another NPC. Check if the entity is another player. So this is the like, ignore other entities if decision made. All right. So if, actually down here, check if the NPC can access the entity. Basically, it can step on it or not. But before that, actually, I guess we can do it here. If is NPC, then deny equals true and return. And the same thing here if it's a player. Then that should fix those tests, but then this one breaks because we need to ignore players who are gone. So is player is, let's say, is present player. So this is only true if the actually I don't need to do that. We can just skip it. Right. Skip entity if it's marked gone. Oh, to do that I need to get the position component. So local is gone is false. And we're going to look up the position component. All right. So it'll be if position.g then is gone is true. If is gone, then return. Basically, skip that entity. All right, now try. Cool. So we're done with the cost function, at least for the purposes of pursuit. So that means I'm down to continuing pursuit. Hey there, Jacobus. How are you? I like the Kazi hay. Everyone has their own hay now. I guess it makes sense. Everyone has their own hay, and most streamers have their own versions of Craigasm or PogChamp. I don't have those. I'm okay. I'm still a little congested from a cold, but a lot better than yesterday, and a huge amount better than the day before, where I had a fever. Yeah, I had a kind of a cold that couldn't sleep unless I took Sudafed and Advil, and had a fever for about a day. It sucked. Everyone does have their own yeah. I'm feeling better. Thank you very much. I'm just rewriting my game's NPC scripts today. Hopefully setting them in order so that I can more easily scale and improve upon them in the future. So, wrong window. I'm working on the pursue script, the pursue subroutine right now. Actually, it's a group of subroutines. It's really start, pursuit, continue, pursuit, and end pursuit. And I'm done with start and end, and now I'm going to do continue. And then I got to do attack. And then I'll be done with my subroutines, I think. Sounds like I'm still recovering. My nose gets plugged up every once in a while. But then it travels somewhere else in my sinuses or something, and I can breathe again. It's really weird. I also have bad allergies, and while I had a cold, I stopped taking my allergy medicine because I figured I needed that allergic response for once to kick out the virus, right? And so it might be that. It might be lack of allergy medicine. I'm stuffed up because of that. I'm used to it, though. I've had allergies all my life, so it's like I'm used to having a stuffed up nose once in a while, you know? Okay, pursuit can move, cannot move. I think what I'm going to do is leverage the move command, just like we did for the wander script. So let me look at the wander test. Here it is. The test where it tries to move, right? Actually, we never actually test to see what it does if it can or can't move, do we? You should keep taking it even if you have a cold? I figured I want my allergic reaction to kick in full gear. Kick out that virus, right? You want to generate more of that mucus, trap those little viruses, strangle them, and then ship them out. I guess I'm wrong. I don't know. A lot of things I don't know. Okay, this is what I actually want, right? I want this mock inside of probably both of these tests, right? So, mock the actual move function to indicate the move was successful. All right, so I don't need to record moves. All I really need to do is return true. All right, and then this is part of a range. And then act is NPC pursuit. Continue, context, and cert. And then I need to do more arrange, right? I need to actually have them on a path on a certain step. There. There. So this, if the next step is step 2, that means we need to be on that step. So that needs to be our position, 3, -2. Yes. Cool. So we're going to see, so if we can move, that means the position should change to 4, -2, and the step should change to 3. Yeah. No, not my body against itself, my body against the invaders, the viruses. Kick them out, right? So this should be moon unit expect equal 3 for context NPC delta. Oh, the other way, delta NPC step. And moon unit expect equal 4 for context delta NPC, no, position X. There we go. That's can move. Can't move should be the move failed. That's just a return false, right? So there, I think what I wanted to do is clear the path. So basically abort pursuit if it can't move. Because that'll force it to reevaluate, should I be pursuing it or not? And if it does, it should compute a new path. So that means I want this to be nil, to not move, either in the X or the Y direction. Actually, I should check the Y is nil up here too. And the steps should go to 0, And the path should go to an empty list. That's what I want. And I misspelled context in a bunch of places, didn't I? There we go. Fixed it. No, I treat like viruses and infections as foreign invaders, and I hope that my immune system does too. Allergic reactions are your body thinks it's part of itself as foreign. I want what it does, which is mobilize the troops, you know, like increase mucus levels, increase the the white blood cells, go attack, go strangle those invaders. But I wanted to attack the actual invaders, not not my own cells. Hey there, Squirt, how are you doing? If I sound stuffed up, it's because I am a little bit, and it's the trailing edge of a cold. I have a little bit of a cough too. I hope to get over this tomorrow, because I don't like being sick. Okay, can't move means move returns false. We expect all these things. Okay, I think we're good. So, reload. Okay, and then let's run them all. Okay, so are they failing the correct way? Nil value on 159. That's not right. Oh, I forgot this deep copy. I'm wondering if I need to actually do this. It doesn't hurt. Instead of doing a deep copy, I could just make this the context. The only problem is then, if other things use the context, I have to make sure I don't reassign the context within the test. Otherwise, it gets to be a different reference. I think, right? Actually, it doesn't matter. It'll still go to the local variable context. I don't really need these deep copies then, do I? Let me test that theory. So, if I run all these. Okay, that makes sense because I haven't written it yet. Okay, what if I do away with all these lines? Like that. And then I just call that the context. What happens now? Now it doesn't even parse because base context is used somewhere else. All of those just make that context, right? If that works, then I can, this will be a lot simpler. Oh, there you go. I made it simpler. So there's only one context up here, and we don't have to redefine it inside these tests, which makes sense. Because the entire script gets reevaluated for every single test by design. Okay, so now I just need to implement this pursuit continue. So we have pursuit stop, we have our local cost function heuristic, pursuit start, now we need a pursuit continue. Pursuit continue just has a context. It's going to see what step is next, and then, oh, there's another thing I should test. What if the game master picks up the NPC and plops him somewhere else? I guess we can make that part of the move. The move would just not allow the move unless the destination is adjacent to the current position. Yeah, that's where I'll do it. So this one won't be concerned about it then. It'll just try to move to the next position. Adrian, how are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Adrian Hall, I hope you had an awesome stream. I'm working today on the scripts for the NPCs in my game. They're these green guys, or this lovely guy named George. They're both NPCs, so non-player characters. My game is a custom engine. It's a MUD, which is a multi-user dungeon, which is an old-school kind of multiplayer online game, which is mostly text-based, but it's got a little graphics, as you can see. And the non-player characters in my game have simple scripts written in Lua that I'm rewriting because the last version of it was very hard to maintain, kind of spaghetti code. So I'm working on that today. So if you haven't been here before, there's a little intro video, and I have a production version of my game online, hosted by Amazon Web Services. And since the engine is still a work in progress, there's not much you can do yet. There's just some test content for testing some of the things that are in the game so far. So it's going to be a game like Ultima, where you see the world as a arrangement of tiles. You're always in the center, so if I was in here as an actual character, it would look like that, and our vision would be restricted. We can't see through walls. And we would move around going up, down, left, and right, and we could maybe interact with non-player characters by talking to them. Or if it's a monster, we might be going to combat if we're standing next to them. So recently what I've been adding to the game are containers and equipment slots, and now beefing up the artificial intelligence, which is not that intelligent, just scripts put together to have non-player characters seek out their enemies, doing simple pathfinding, that kind of thing. Yeah, it showed that you rated me. It worked. We're all good. I don't know if you were watching an ad or not. If you were, sorry about that. But thank you for the raid. It worked just fine. The new dashboard thing is strange. Yeah, I agree too. I like the old dashboard. I don't like the new dashboard. So yeah, how was your stream? I hope it went well. I've just been working on the Lua scripts in my game today. So, for example, this function called NPC pursuit continue is where an NPC is following a path, and it's just continue is just move the next step of the path. Dashboard screen just never redirected? Yeah, I don't depend on that thing working. I just usually have a second tab, and I start that up first, and then go to the dashboard screen just to do the command, and then I leave it. I just go to the other tab and start talking there. Yeah, the dashboard, I don't rely on it. It's like a mess, I think. Got a Go module working. Nice. Haven't ever published one yet? Cool. I wish I knew more about Go. It's on my list along with Rust and TypeScript to pick up when I get a chance. This is Lua. It's a pretty basic language. Not knowing Go, I don't know how it compares. Rust is fun too. I've heard two different things about Rust. One is that it's pretty cool, and the other one is lots of jokes about it, so I don't really know what to think. Lua is just, for me, very, very easy to integrate into the C++ framework of my game engine. So this is how I do the integration. At some point, I made a Lua interpreter, and then I can make new kinds of objects in Lua by directly calling Lua to make new meta tables. And then with this sequence of like 3 lines here, we're giving a name and assigning it to the meta table, and then associating. Oh, I highlighted the wrong 3 lines. Giving a name and then associating with a function and storing that association in the meta table. So, like for example, this function will be called if in Lua you type something like game chat. This will directly call into C and end up right here. So the only real complicated things are to... oh, I lost my place. If I go back a few times, to set up the meta table in the first place and link the name with your C function, and then knowing how to call it from Lua, and then in the C function, picking out the parameters from Lua and bring it back into C or C++. But other than that, it's really easy to embed. You only need to include 3 headers, and in script host, you just do, well, in script, that's the name of where I actually do this. You do open, what is it? Lua create, Lua, no, here it is. Lua new state and Lua close is how you open and close an interpreter. And then Lua open libs to get the standard library. And then this is extra icing on the top to improve performance. But yeah, it's just like literally 1 line to create the Lua interpreter, 1 line to destroy it, and 1 more line to open the standard libraries. That's all you need to do. You have Lua running in your program. So that's one of the reasons I've been using it. In the past, I've used Python. That's okay too. But Python's really popular. The only problem I have with Python embedding it in a game engine like this is I would have to take all of the standard libraries .py and .pyc files and lug them around with the game program. And I found that kind of awkward and unwieldy. Thank you for that follow. In Lua, all the standard libraries are compiled into your program. This literally links in all of the Lua standard libraries, which isn't much. So the downside of Lua is it's really bare bones, but when you're using it as a scripting language inside of something else, you really don't need much other than the basic like strings, numbers, tables, that kind of thing. That's all I needed it for anyway. Thank you for the follows. Most Lua have you done is to hack Transport Fever or some other games? Yeah, so the other reason I've been using Lua to script my games is because it's used in other games, both in user interface extensions like World of Warcraft add-ons, Factorio extensions, but also internally to the game to do, some fluid logic. So I use the word fluid because when you are making a game in something like C and C++, you're writing the code and then you're having to compile and link it and then deploy the executable. If you want to make the slightest change to your code, you have to, again, compile and link and deploy the executable. With Lua, on the other hand, I just take the new Lua script, send it to the game, tell the game, load it again, and it's done. So, pluses and minuses. You have to give your users an installation of Python. Yeah. Which is pretty much the .py, .pyc, depending if you pre-compile them or not. The standard library has a lot of those, right? Also includes some loadable modules as well for the parts of the library which aren't in Python itself. So that's I like to think of it as baggage. Python's got a little bit of baggage. All right, so I'm writing the function that will continue the pursuit that an NPC is making when chasing a player or chasing a monster or something like that. I'm doing this with test-driven development, right? So I have unit tests for what happens when you continue the pursuit and you can move on the next step. So here's the path the NPC is taking. The next step is step 2, so they're going to move from here to here. And we're mocking the actual move function to pretend that the move was successful. That's what this return true means. So this is the act, the way I have my test structured. The arrange is setting up the test, act is doing the thing we're testing, and then assert is checking that the side effects and return values are what we require for the test. So unit test is both a set of requirements, it's also a use case, and it's used to verify that the code is doing what it should do. And if you write it first, that's just a fancy way of saying that you write your tests first is called test-driven development. That's what I'm doing. So hopefully this makes sense to people watching, even if they don't know Lua, that just in the vague sense of if there is a path in a game world where we have two axes, X and Y, and if we're at these coordinates and the next step is index 2 here, which is moving the X from 3 to 4, and if the movement is successful, then when we tell it to do it, that 4 will be where we move to on the x-axis. We don't move at all on the y-axis, and we change the step from 2 to 3. Hello, Z, real big deal. How are you doing? Let me give out some waves, too. Recursive Chat is here. And I didn't see exactly where Recursive Chat's chat was. So I need to find it. It was at 5 o'clock my time. Right there. Hello, Recursive Chat. And then Adrian Hall, of course, who rated me. Thanks again for the raid. And Syntax Ritual. I like your name. You really like TypeScript. I don't know much about TypeScript, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. So welcome, people. Let me know if you have any questions specifically. But I kind of just describe what I'm doing and what's going through my head as I code. So if I don't answer something or explain something, let me know. I have common commands to answer certain things. Like if you wanted to know about the design of my game, I got my notebook here. More specific note would be like how my game's entity component system is overall structured. It's all in my online notebook here, along with what I'm doing today. And if none of that stuff gets you the answer, feel free to ask, and I'll take a slight diversion to answer your question. So hopefully this makes sense. The toast test doesn't work because there's no code yet. So let me think about what needs to be done. We need to look at the current path and the current step, index the path by that step, and tell the move function to go there. Really, that's all I need to do, right? So when is the Time Machine project going to be finished? It already was, but then when we were testing it, we went to the future, and on the way we got dropped off at the present. So it's waiting for us in the future. We just need to wait until we get there. Is a real big deal. Then we could take the time machine back in time and tell ourselves not to make the original. Wait a minute, this is getting really confusing. That's where I like to go with those kinds of questions, by the way. Is to create paradoxes. Because that's all that we'll have if we had a time machine is paradoxes. The gist of TypeScript that is typed JavaScript. Yeah, it's... We were talking about that earlier. It's extra syntax added on top of JavaScript that you run it through a tool and it compiles it down to normal JavaScript, and the things you're adding are mostly type attachments. Yeah, if you didn't watch Back to... Yeah, you need to remind ourselves to go back and watch Back to the Future, and we might as well go watch them film it, right? Rather than to watch it, after it's been recorded. Anyway, I'm terrible at these kinds of jokes too. I'm allowed to be terrible at jokes because I'm a dad. So I learned this recently, this thing called dad jokes. I'm allowed to have a horrible sense of humor because I'm a dad. Let me get this started. So pursuit continue. We're just going to tell NPC to move to, it takes the context, right? So context, the destination is the next coordinates in the path. So it's context NPC path, context NPC step. Right? Step. Can't I spell today? There we go. And then after, so local moved is that. If moved, then we want to update the step, right? So we change. What this means is the context of the script has a delta field, and that is a table of all changes we want to make to the game. The first level of the table is the component type. So NPCs, the NPC component of the game, of the subject of the script, and then step is a variable. And actually, now that I think about it, we're saying the NPC component, but we're not including the entity number. Might have to extend this to work with more than just the subject of the script. I'll think about that in a bit. Anyway, we're basically saying, within the context of the script, change the NPC's step index to what it is now, +1. Do I need to handle when we reach the end of the... I don't think so. We'll just won't continue a path if we reach the end. So that's all I need to... Oh, no, there was the else condition. If we couldn't move, or if we didn't move when we tried, I wanted to set this to 0 and then clear the path. So that would be delta NPC path is empty table, right? Now run it again, and it fails. Oh, right. We can't assume that NPC subtable of delta even exists. So I should do a check here, like I do up here. Copy that check and add it. There we go. Let's just put that at the beginning. Now run it. Still fails. Position is nil on 194. Oh. Yeah, I guess I can say there's no position change at all. Yeah, and now it passes. What about this other one? Again, position is nil. Oh, it doesn't change the position directly, does it? That's delegated to NPC move, so I don't even need to check that in either place. Excuse me, I don't want you to hear my cough. What's my best dad joke? I'm really bad at remembering jokes. I'd have to ask my dad, my daughter, what her favorite, what her worst favorite dad joke is. Yeah, I can't. When you put me on the spot about jokes, I'm terrible. I can't. My mind goes blank. Maybe I should say you've caught me. I don't really know dad jokes. I am a dad though, so so by definition, all of the jokes that I might say are dad jokes, and I do not remember jokes very well. I remember the recursive joke. Have you heard the recursive joke? The recursive joke goes something like this: a guy walks into a bar, and the bartender says, actually, let me start over. A guy walks into the bar and says, "Give me a drink." The bartender says, "That'll be $1." The guy says, "I don't have $1. Can I pay you in a joke?" The bartender says, "Okay, tell me a joke." The guy says, "Okay." The guy walks into a bar and asks for a drink, and the bartender says, "That'll be $1." And the guy says, "I don't have one. Can I tell you a joke in exchange for the drink?" And the bartender says, "Okay, sure." The guy and that guy says, "Okay." The guy walks into a bar. It goes endlessly. That's the recursive joke. See? Does that qualify as a dad joke? That's the one that I usually come up with when I'm forced to remember a joke. What am I doing here? Nil value. All right, I need to reload this. How about the two hard things in computer science? Names and that's it? Because we're always off by one? No, that wasn't it. I don't remember these things well enough to give them justice. It'll come to me in a minute, though, I'm sure. I know the hardest thing in computer science is naming things. And that's not even a joke, that's for real. Why does it keep saying position is a nil value? Oh, wait a minute. I didn't hit save. That would do it. I didn't hit save. Naming, cache invalidation, and one-off errors. Yeah. There you go. Postal Rat wins a point. Thank you for coming to my rescue, Postal Rat. All right. Does that mean I'm done with this subroutine and I can check it in? I would dearly like to check this in and move on to attacking things. Not literally, but in the game world. What was this? Oh, yeah, I'll check that in separately. So this one is finish rewriting NPC pursuit scripts or subroutines. And then this one was fix typos in Wander script test. Done. All right. The attack script is last. And this one's a little bit elaborate, right? So let me take a small one of these, like move is not small. Actually, how did I do move? I don't remember writing this. Actually, I do, but weight is small. Okay, there we go. NPC attack test. Rename this to attack. Okay, remove that. We do need a time and an action time because attack will trigger a cooldown. So this would be actually very similar to move, the beginning of move, right? Or not move, but what was it? One of these that changed the action cooldown. Was it wander? That's wander time. Although now that I think about it, wander should also await the move, the action timer. Anyway, never mind. It's not attack. What's what we're doing? Go to the top of that. This one does reference it. Did I not put that into the tests? I did. Okay, where do we check the action cooldown? I remember this. I was going to say the whole script is not run until it's cooled down. So that means I don't ever need to check it explicitly. Okay, good. Let me write that down so I don't forget again. Notes. The action time or action cooldown. What are the right words for this? The overall NPC script is only executed when an NPC's action timer has elapsed, cooled down. Previous action cooled down. Or I guess you could say it's the global action cooldown. Or cooldown? Global action cooldown? I forget. There was something like that in World of Warcraft, right? I think they just call it the global cooldown. So kind of like the global cooldown in World of Warcraft. All right. Oh, I didn't say hi to Fieldborough Postal Rat. Hi. I can't forget to say hi to everybody. So I don't need that. Let me look again. Where were we using that? We were using it in weight. Oh, you know, we could do the same thing. Yeah. That does make sense. Check to make sure attack triggers action cooldown. Yeah. I want to keep that. All right. So let me go to NPC wait.lua and make NPC attack Lua and just make it empty right now. An attack will have a target, right? Hey there, Tito Hacks. Where was it? If an enemy is within attack range, aggro and attack. So attack ought to have a target, right? So it would have a target entity. And the only thing we're going to do right now is put the action on cooldown. Okay, so we ought to pass this test really quick. Really quickly. Run. Pass. Nice. Okay, so the next test would be not only does it cool down, but let's say if we attack and miss, nothing happens. Actually, we should have it tell the player that they got attacked, but that the attack missed. Use some Lua for Hammerspoon, try to do functional programming with it. Yeah, I'm doing some functional programming. So, for example, this with entity component type is constructing a function object and giving it to another function. And basically telling the game, call this function, pass me the position of this entity. So it's the visitor pattern, and the functional part of the programming is that we're passing this function object to be called back with some extra information. So it's kind of the equivalent of in JavaScript if it was an arrow, passing an arrow function, right? Like that. Be the equivalent JavaScript. In Lua, it's just function with the arguments. But it's the same thing. It's a little tiny bit of functional programming here. That's one of the things I like about Lua and JavaScript too, is you can make objects which are also functions that are callable. And in modern C++, you can do it too. And I'm finding that in a lot of places it makes things easier, and a lot of other places it makes it too confusing. And I'm still learning what each of those different places are. I think if it's easier to read, it's better. But sometimes, like even today, right here, I had nested two of them, and it made this one a little bit obscure. You can almost have to read it inside out, saying, well, this is the thing we're really doing that we're returning. But to get there, I needed two variables, E2 position and E1 position, and we only get them if we ask the game to give us the position of two different entities. And I can't do it in one call, so I had to do two calls and nest them. The other alternative would be inside of this first function, just take that E1 position and store it somewhere, and return out, and then do the second one at the same level. But for some, I just felt that it didn't really matter, so I ended up nesting them here. Whereas this one, I pulled it out and then used it down here, rather than nesting all of this inside of that function. Attack test, miss. Maybe what I'll do right now is set up all of the use cases. NPC attacks a target, but misses. NPC attacks a target, hits them, but does not slay them. NPC attacks a target, hits them, and slays them. Makes me think I should have another function for... Yeah, shouldn't I have another function to apply damage? Wouldn't that make more sense? So that would mean that I don't need two different tests. I just have one test for hits them. I don't have to say but either. Attacks a target and misses. Attacks a target and hits. That means I'll have another subroutine that I haven't written yet called hit. Or, yeah, hit. Which I haven't done yet, so don't strike it out. Okay. So I already know something I want here in the arrangement. I'm going to want a function called NPC hit. Context target entity damage. That's a function. And right now I just want to record it. So local NPC hit called false. And then in part of the assert is we're going to expect it to be true. Alright, and the act is always going to be NPC attack, context, and the target entity, right? Yes. And actually I already had that up here. I don't know why I did that. We're always going to make... Oh, no, about a half an hour ago determined I don't need to do that because this is reevaluated every test. So I don't really need to arrange anything for this one. Here, though, I arranged this mock. Okay, so this is going to have to set it to true. And then while we're here, we should also expect that the target entity is the same. So actual. So expect that the target entity and the actual target entity are the same. This I should declare somewhere, shouldn't I? Define attributes about the target. So that doesn't matter what the number is as long as it's a number. And then it just needs to, oh, it needs to, oh, that's right. It could be another character, it could be another NPC or it could be a player because I'm storing them separately now. This is a problem. I should probably combine the attributes of player characters and non-player characters as far as hit points and stuff like that. Why am I keeping them separate? So for now they're separate, so I think that means that I really should have these be separate. So let's have attacks a player and misses, and I'll copy and paste that and say attacks another NPC and misses. Alright. So this would be not target entity, but player entity. Actually, then I can just call this one target entity. Whoops. And just say I expect it to be the player entity. So player entity and NPC entity. Actually, let's say that, let's call it other NPC entity. And then to make this marked correctly, it's game components player entity has to have a couple things, right? The dexterity is used. Let me see what that looks like. Show me the ghosts. Where am I logged in? Right, or where am I? Where's my character in the world? Right there. Actually, I don't need to see the avatar. Hide that. All right. Player has, yeah, dexterity field. Hit points 2. But we're gonna have that handled by another subroutine. Yeah, it's just dexterity. All right, so I don't know, 15. And then I'm gonna need to define other NPC, and that's NPC. And let's make that 12. All right. Cooled down. That should just be cooldown. All right. So how to arrange a hit? This is gonna be, we're gonna make it white box testing, where we assume that attack is gonna roll a random number, and we did white box testing of random numbers here in wander test, right? Yeah. So this, make that part of the arrangement here. White box testing here. Assume attack picks, well, uses math random to perform the attack roll. So that would mean that it's, I think I was doing a 20, like simulating a 20-sided die here. Thank you for the follow, Tito Hacks. And then return for a hit. I think I wanted to do this, well, actually it doesn't matter. I ought to simulate a miss, a hit, and a critical hit. I ought to do that. I should also, actually, you know what, I should just test every roll. So that means I should combine miss and hit, I think. NPC attacks a player. Sure. Player. So that would mean putting all this inside of a loop. For I is 1 to 20, do. All the possibilities. So I don't need miss. This is gonna be another NPC. Other NPC. Alright. Right. Yeah. So it just depends on the dexterity that I set up and then the rolls, right? So if it's 15, I forget what the logic was. I think maybe I wanted the same thing as the player's attack. Let me just take a peek at that. Yeah, that was roll 1d20, and if it's a perfect 20 or the roll is greater than dexterity minus 5, and I didn't remember what that 5 was for. Like I don't even know why. I know I shouldn't even put it in there. Let's just have it if the roll has to be better than the player's dexterity. And there's right now no adjustment to the roll to hit right now. But I'll add that later. So just a simple roll. That means if it's 15, then all rolls 15 or higher should hit. if I wanted to test the critical, then I would have something that is 21 or greater dexterity, wouldn't I? So do I want a third one? And we could have a critical against an NPC also. Really doesn't matter. What if we have what if we have the other NPC have like 22 dexterity, and then you can only hit it with a critical? And then in the future I'm going to combine these two. I do have the same attributes on NPCs, right? Yeah, dex. I'm going to end up moving this actually. All right, keep it simple. Yeah. Returning I, yeah. Okay, and then they attack. And okay, so here it's if I is greater than or equal to. Actually, I could just look it up, right? Game.components dot player entity dex, then expected hit was called, else expect false. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a break in a minute. I have to decide, is NPC hit, are we gonna have that one do the chat messages? Or should attack do those messages? I think the attack should do it because if we miss, it should still do a chat message, which I need to capture in the mock and then make sure it's done. Yeah, let me take a quick break. I'm going to set the timer to 3 minutes. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Be right back. I am back a little bit early. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let me actually peek at what attack did again. Right. So we're gonna need to mock the game chat. I know, Rally Monkey, 20 seconds early. You were clocking me? So was my clock. Just keep it simple. Actually, I can have a common mock for this. So, I liked how I documented it up here. Mock the actual chat. Game chat function. Just record the chats sent. Chats. Game.chat. Game a self. And how does that work? That's chat type, that's entity, and or that's player entity, and that's the message, right? So type player message. I suppose we'll just record them all. Type is type, player is player, message is message. Okay. So down here, let's just do it this way. Moonunit expect equal for chats a table, and each one will be a chat message. So type equals game, player equals player entity, message equals what do we want to say here? To include the monster name. That means the name has to be included here, right? Oh, monsters are doing combat down here as we speak. It's N for name. All right, so there should be an N. Slime. The name of the NPC. Why do I have these in front? I'll just do that. Okay, so then this should be the context.npc.n. This is for hit, right? Swings at you and hits. I was thinking then the amount of damage that it did would be a separate message, but maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I'll only do this for a miss, and the hit would be different. Actually, let's make the hit include a message. And let's record that message somewhere. Actually, I can just I know what it'll be, right? Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm trying to think what it would be exactly. Expect equal the slime swings at you and hits, and then we would have this add to that like 4 damage. So this would be a message prefix, really. Expect that the message prefix is that. Yeah, I like that, because I'm going to reuse hit. I don't even know. I think maybe it's just not going to be just called NPC hit, but something different. Actually, we'll need to know the... Oh, no, target entity is the player entity. Yeah, never mind. All right, so that means we don't need to worry about the hit part. This is just for the miss where we have an explicit chat here. The blank swings at you and misses. Actually, if I didn't hard code the name down there, why did I do it up here? There, that's better. And let's make it readable. Like that. Swings at you and hits, swings at you and misses. Oh, I had it backwards. What am I doing? That's a hit. That's a miss. Okay. Did I miss anything? It's gonna roll a random number. Does attack do anything else? Oh, well, it previously combined the attack roll and the hit roll, but I think I will separate them now. So the hit or miss is just this detection. So yeah, miss is just the message. A hit would then oh, we're rolling damage based on something. Yeah, we need to compute the damage. So that's a separate thing, I guess. Actually, I can't decide. Was the damage that monster does supposed to be built into the weapon? Here we go. Oh, I had attack range in there too. Roll parameters. Okay. Including what bonus to add. Okay, so I need to incorporate that. So the never dice which dice, that was like, whoops. That was in this old attack script I had. Damage number, damage die, and damage bonus. But that was only for damage, not to hit. But I think this bonus to add was to somehow remove that magic number from there. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay, yes. So dexterity is reducing the chance to hit, and armor is reducing the damage taken. Yeah, I remember that now. Okay. So we're computing both. So that means I have to have both in there. Whoops. I forgot to silence my phone. Okay. So we might expect two rolls, one to hit and one for damage. So if I have one outer loop for I and I is used for the hit roll, then maybe I do have to have a check for if it's called again. Assume math attack uses to perform the attack and damage rolls. So then we'll have to have like a random count. And increment this. This will be if so random count is random count plus 1. If random count is 1, then attack roll. Expect actually, can't I just expect it here? Yeah, why don't I expect it explicitly? Moon unit expect equal 1 for minimum and 20 for maximum. And then return I. Else damage roll. And what am I going to expect from min and max? It's going to be whatever I put in the weapon. So moon unit expect equal, well, it's 1 for the minimum always, and the maximum is the context NPC weapon DD. Actually, if the weapon has more than one, so that, I think that's why I have a subroutine called roll damage, because that had a loop in it, right? Yes. Well, no. Hold on, what am I looking at? Here we go. Yeah, it had a loop. Okay. What do I want to do here? It doesn't really matter what I do. As long as what we return from here should be what we get back, what hit is given. Yes, I just need to be consistent. So if it's a damage roll, that should be max. I don't know. Let's just return like DD over 2. It doesn't really matter. What does Lua do when I haven't something? Okay, why not? Why ask myself questions when I can just run it? Lua. So what's 3 divided by 2? What's 3 divided by 2? Okay, so that's what I want. The double divide. That's the round down version of it. Okay. Glad I checked that. That's integer divide. Or divide and truncate. So I just want like the midpoint between the two. And then, actually, what if I take the count? What if I just return, like, yeah, what if I just return the count? So it does 1 damage on, it'll do 2 damage on the first damage roll, and then 3, and then 4. So that means, yeah, let's set up the weapon. So, weapon, attributes of the NPC's weapon. So that's DN, number of damage rolls. DD is, let's say 8. Dice rolled, a die rolled, and then DB is let's add 3. Extra bonus added. Die rolled for damage. Okay. Commas on those, please, and I'm done. So the other thing is the player needs to have armor. Let's give him 2 armor. And this guy will give slightly different armor too. All right. It makes me want to take this and completely remove it. I think I'm going to do that. Oh, except for I need that I variable. Yeah, never mind. Actually, there's a way I can do this where I separate this out. Where it's a function that returns another function. So, let's undocument that white box here. Assume NPC attack uses math random before the attack and damage rolls. Tests will use this factory to make mocks for math random. So this will be a make or mock math random is a function that takes an I and then returns this function. So then I can say down here, instead of actually mocking it like that, I can just say math random is make... how come it didn't help me there? Oh, mock math random, that's right, not make. Mock math random I. And then I don't need all this, and then it's all in one place. So the way we mock math random is the first roll will always be an attack roll where we return the original I, and then subsequent rolls will just return whatever that count is. So it'll be 2 damage, then 3, then 4, the more dicey roll. I like that. Okay. So we should always hit when I is greater than dexterity. And in addition to hitting, we'll need to record the damage that was done. So that'll be up here, right? So yeah. So moon unit expect equal. So the way I did it was 2d8 plus 3. So that's the first roll will be 2, and then the second roll will be 3. That's 5. Plus 3 is 8. So that'll be 8 for the damage. Now it's all... everything is checked. Target entity, damage, message prefix, all checked. Yeah, that'll work. Cool, so I'm done with this. I'm done setting up the test. Now to do the code. All right. The code for NPC attack. Put them on cooldown, and then roll for attack. 1d20 plus attack bonus. Actually, I didn't incorporate that yet, did I? If 1d20 plus attack bonus is greater than or equal to target's dexterity, a hit equals hit if 1d20 plus attack bonus... Actually, I wasn't going to hard code 1d20, was I? Or I'm not flip-flopping on this one. Right here I have it as it's a parameter of the weapon, but I'm thinking maybe not. Maybe stick to D&D rules for now, so change this. Yeah, let me strike this out. So it's just 1d20. We'll still have an attack bonus, which I need to incorporate. And that has to beat the target's dexterity. I like that. Okay, so let me include the attack bonus. So that's part of the weapon of the NPC, right? So maybe it would be AB. Make it, I don't know. Let's just give him 1 point. Attack bonus. So that would mean if you roll 14, you'd hit because 14 plus 1 is greater than or equal to 15. So I could just put it in here. I plus context.npc.weapon.attack bonus. There we go. Actually, there are 2 conditions. I should be very explicit about it. If that is true, or I is 20. If I is 20, exactly, it's always a hit. All right. And yeah. Okay. I like it. Run it. Not passing yet. Okay. Okay, so local attack, well, just say roll, is math.random 1 to 20 plus... Actually, that's just if the roll. If roll is 20, or roll plus context.npc.weapon.ab is greater than or equal to, I need to get the dexterity, so retrieve target's dexterity. Yep. So that's game with entity component of type player. Of the target entity. Actually, I already know a problem here. I need to include the right now I need to include the target's component type where we store the dexterity and hit points and stuff. I'm not doing that right now. So this only works for players for the moment. Local dex. Dex equals player.dex. I guess we could say if not dex, then return end. They have to have dexterity, otherwise, actually, this should return whether or not it hit or not, right? Let me think about this. Actually, an attack doesn't need to return anything. We'll just ignore the attack. The attack doesn't happen if the player doesn't have dexterity. Or should I just have a default? I should have a default. That's what I should do. Which means I should have a test for that. No, I'm not going to care about it. It's too... Let's just say if not dex... Actually, you know what I can do? I can just initialize it to a default. 15. There we go. Done. If that's greater than the dexterity, or it's a natural 20 roll, then it's a hit. Then NPC hit context target entity, and then the damage, and then the message prefix, and we'll compute these separately. So roll for damage. Local damage is math random. Actually, this is a loop, right? So we start at 0, and then we say for I equals 1 to context NPC. The player doesn't have dexterity, sounds like they would be paralyzed. It's if the attribute is missing. So it really shouldn't happen. Every player should have an attribute for their dexterity, but if it happens to be missing, I want the script to do something reasonable. Yeah. So that would be a little bit different here. I'd rather have that just be something that the game migration scripts check for. And then we can just say the attribute will always be there, so this is really just a sanity check. It'll always be overwritten. And if there is some bug then where the dexterity is missing, then the worst that'll happen is it'll just assume a dexterity of 15. I should probably put a note here. The game's migration functions should guarantee every player has the dex attribute. We set a default here just in case of a bug. See, the thing is, if there's a bug somewhere, how would I want to find out about it? If I put it here, then every time that player gets attacked, I will get an error message. So I might get a lot of those error messages. Yeah, I guess it's okay. Okay, then I don't need to do this then. Let me give you a point, Crumpet. You got me thinking about it the right way. The right way is to make no assumption. And then we say, if not dex, we want to do two things, right? We do want to continue. So let's say dex is 15, but we also want to log an error. So that, how do I log an error right now? Do I even have an API for logging an error? I don't know if I do. Let's check. Where would that be? Right here. Chat. Oh, there's feedback. Is that what I want? Do I want feedback error? Feedback delegate. So that goes where? To the coordinator? Set feedback delegate. Okay, maybe not. Oh, here it is. It's in capitals. Okay, that's what I wanted. On ECS feedback. What kind of feedback can we do? ECS message script error. There we go. That's exactly what I want. Okay, so I want a script error type, and the payload is a JSON. Okay, how does this actually used? Oh, I remember how this works. If I just do error in Lua, it translates to a script error. So I've done this before, right? Not that way. It's just error. Yeah. Yeah, that's all I need. So just error. So I don't even need this will just throw an error. Player target entity missing attribute dex, or there we go. That's what I want to do. So just abort out. So that terminates it. So if they have a dexterity attribute, it begs the question though, do I want to check all these other things? The attack bonus, and then down here for the shoot. I guess it will, because this will be null, and you can't add a null to a number. So it'll get caught that way, and it'll similarly be caught here, right? Context NPC weapon dot damage number. So yeah, these will also throw exceptions, but it won't tell me whose weapon caused it. If it happens, I'll update the script to do it. Actually, you know, then it's also caught there. You know, what am I doing then? I don't need to do any of this. It'll throw an error, and then I'll know about it. Hey there, Dal, right? How are you doing? Work up. I need to adjust my camera's filters. Do that ever so slightly to avoid the pixie dust above my head. Okay, this is the most challenging light situation for me, where it's to choose between the pixie dust and the chair melting away. Yeah, so today I'm working on whatever my today command says. I'm rewriting the scripts for the NPCs in my game. Here's my game. Those are the NPCs on it. I don't need to show the ghost anymore. We have a friendly NPC named George. We have these slime NPCs. And the scripts that they run include just wandering around, like what these slimes are doing. And friendly NPCs have more intelligence. Right now I'm working on the elemental subroutines, and one of them is the attack script. So here's where we do the roll for attack. It's like traditional Dungeons and Dragons. Roll a 20-sided die. If you get a natural 20, or if your roll plus your weapon's attack bonus meets your target's dexterity, then it's a hit. And then we're rolling for damage, where we roll a certain number of times, where we're adding up rolls. So plus math.random. Actually, here's where we should initialize that to be the weapon's bonus damage, right? And this is from 1 to context NPC weapon damage dice. Right, and so then that's the damage, and then the message prefix. Yeah, so I had written these scripts before, but I found that they were very difficult to maintain, so I tossed them all aside and I'm rewriting them from scratch to make it a little better. AI, yeah, it's very simple AI though. Mostly it's these monsters will see if there's an enemy within range of a quick search, like a breadth first search, then they'll compute, using Dijkstra's algorithm, they'll compute the shortest path, and then they'll just step until they get there. So, excuse me, so for example, I pick up George here. I put him up here. I pick this slime and move him up here. George will immediately pathfind over there and go attack. Attack! And meanwhile, get that guy, and now he passed back to this side of the fence. So, very simple AI. If enemy within range, pathfind to get to them, attack. When they're dead, return. So, I had been trying to expand those scripts to do more intelligent things and found it very difficult to maintain, so I threw them all away, and I'm trying to do it cleaner this time. Message prefix was what the test expected. The blank attacks at you and hits. Swings at you and hits. The context NPC name swings at you and hits. Right. Okay, so now are we passing this test? No. Line 28. Oh, up here. Oh, that should be max. That's my bug in the test framework. Run again. Interesting. We're getting more than one chat message. Oh no, it says different. No, it's missing. Oh, the misses aren't showing the swing and miss. That's what it's saying. Because I didn't do an else. Hit. Roll for damage. Miss. Right, this is supposed to do a game chat, game target entity. Well, let's put this in message. The blank swings at you and misses. Message. Alright, try again. Run. Oh, it's supposed to have an exclamation point? Sure. Add the exclamation point. Run it again. Extra key too? I mean, there's more than one chat message. Why would there be more than one chat message? We're only calling attack once. Interesting. Smarter than you? Nah. It's like the attack script is very simple. You put the attack on cooldown, retrieve the target's dexterity, roll a 20-sided die, add your attack bonus, compare with their dexterity. It's either a hit or a miss. A hit will call the hit script after it computes the damage, and miss just says, just whiff. You swing and you miss. I'm wondering though if this is basically telling me that there's more than one chat message, right? So I guess I can print that. Print for iteration I. There are chats. And then run it again. Oh, it didn't reset it. Oh, I forgot to reset the chat messages. Right, so we have to say chats equals empty list every time. Okay. You know that, yeah, so I'm resetting the math random mock, but I didn't reset the chat messages. Okay, now there's only one. Cool. Attempt to index a nil value context on line 32? What? Oh, we didn't capture context. Mock in the mock factory context. Yay, we're passing now. I can remove the print statement. Cool. So we're all the combinations of rolling from 1 to 20 are tested now. You can get confused if you leave the couch. I sometimes feel like that, usually on a Monday. So what this is, it's a unit test to test what happens when an NPC tries to attack a player. And this loop is because I'm just going through all possibilities of the attack roll. So if you roll a 1, if you roll a 2, etc. And it's saying that if you roll a natural 20, or if your roll adjusted by this is greater than that, then we expect a hit, otherwise we expect a miss. And it more or less reflects what the real code does. But in addition, we're checking side effects, like does it send the you missed chat message? And for a hit, we're delegating it. We're expecting that it just delegates it to this routine called NPC hit, which we're mocking right here. So, should I say that up here? Mock the NPC hit function. Just check it's passed the right things. So the damage should always be 8, the way I set this up. It's a 2d8 plus 3. And the way I set the random mock-up is the first roll, which is the attack roll, you just return that loop variable I. But if it's a damage roll, then we're returning the count of the number of times it was called. So it'll be 2 for the first damage roll, 3 for the second, 2 plus 3 is 5, and then adding this 3 for the damage bonus, we'll expect 8 for the total damage down here. That is a magic number now that I think about it. To compute that would be kind of weird. I'm going to leave it. Maybe I'll put a note here. Total damage is 8. First damage roll is 2. Second damage roll is 3. Add the damage bonus of 3. 2 plus 3 plus 3 is 8. There. When in doubt, comment. Right? To explain what those are, I should probably say that damage roll is set up in the mock to be 1 plus roll count, roll number. And in Lua, we always start at 1, not 0. You might have been watching me and get confused, why is it starting from 1 and not 0? That's because the Lua way of doing things is you start counting from 1. You do not start counting from 0. That's true for array indices, and usually it's true for loop counters as well. Unlike almost every other programming language. And if you want to laugh, then I will understand. Lots of people do, but that's just the way they designed it. Okay. Sometimes it is more intuitive. So, for example, when you're looking at the lengths of things, when you want to append, it's always you take the list and you index the length of the list plus 1, and that's always going to be adding to the end, because if the length is 0, then you're going to be assigning to index 1, which is the first. If it was 0 based, it would be that, and that's not as intuitive to me that it's an add, you know. The plus 1 reminds me that we're adding to the end, we're extending it. So the numbers kind of line up better when we're talking about lengths of things. Whereas in languages where the indices start at 0, a lot of the times you'll end up taking the length and subtracting 1 to get to the last character, right? Or the last thing in the list. And then you have to handle the special case where you have an empty list. Then you can't take the length and subtract 1 unless it's signed. You get a -1, right? So in lengths, 1-based stuff ends up being a lot more intuitive. But I've heard the counter arguments. I mean, there are cases where it's better and cases where it's worse. Okay, what else do I need to do here? Not much else. If I go into the... I think I'd rather just leave this out for now and unify the attribute system. Right now, they're separated by the fact that we store things like dexterity and armor in both the NPC component and in the case of a player, the player component. So here's a player. The player has a dexterity. Actually, my player has no armor. I need to handle that in the script, like a default armor or something. How do I want to do that? I hate having to make a whole nother test just for a player who doesn't have an armor attribute. I kind of do want to have a default though. Oh, I didn't even incorporate it in here, did I? Shoot. Maybe I'll leave it out for now. and I'll add it later. So right now, players don't have armor reduction. There we go. And I think I'm going to leave the other NPC out for now as well. So I'll just drop these. And I'll just end the testing here. So, there we go. I'll handle NPCs fighting on other NPCs later. Yeah, I think I will unify the attribute system before I add NPCs attacking other NPCs. What's wrong with this one? Go there. I broke this somehow. Oh, because it needs a player entity at the end here. There we go. Cool. Fixed. Okay, so we're done with attack scripts. Woohoo! I'm done with attacking. Add NPC attack script. Or subroutines. Subroutine. Alright, what's next? Was it hit? Yeah, hit. Apply damage to a player. I'll limit it to players only, and then I'll extend it to NPCs later when I unify the attribute systems. That's what I'm going to do. So, that's what we're doing next. Okay, so let me take a small one. Which one of these was smaller? Was it weight? Yeah, weight was really small. So I'll take weight, duplicate it, and call it hit test. And then NPC weight becomes NPC hit. And then, okay, hit test. We're going to call hit. Hit has nothing to do with times anymore. Or NPCs. It does use the delta system, though. Hit. So there are two possibilities. You hit and the player survives, and the other possibility is you hit and you kill the player. So hit damages, but does not kill the player. So I also need to have a player in here, don't I? Actually, the player is not part of the context, though. Context is information about the NPC themselves. Actually, I'm not going to have a delta then. So there's no context at all. And I also didn't need this deep copy either. I don't need that at all. There's no common test context required. I don't need a context. I just need to have a player entity. I can't spell 42. And I need to have a game components player indexed by that. And that has to have hit points, I don't know, 17, and then HP max. I don't need the HP max. I think that's all the attributes I actually need right now. So it's player entity. Oh, let me back up. If there's no context there, then NPC attack doesn't need... That's not passed in there anymore then. And so that test will fail. And to fix it, I have to go remove the context from there. And that'll fix it. There we go. So let me check that in. I didn't push that, so I'm just going to amend the last commit. Amend! Commit. I still have a stuffy nose from the cold. It won't go away. Damage and message prefix. Alright, so what do we expect? The chat system, I need to mock that, like I did here. Because hit is supposed to send a chat message. And then let's have a comment here. Set up mock entity and components representing the player being hit. Alright. Okay, so maybe the arrange should just set the damage we're doing. Yeah, local damage, so not kill them, 16. Doing a lot of damage, but not killing them. A local message prefix is the smelly orc hits you. player. Okay, so then this is wrong. So we want to expect some chat messages. Chats. One chat message, which will be type equals game. I think I've been putting spaces there, right? Player equals player entity. Message equals the smelly orc hits you for 16 damage. That's one thing to expect. The other thing to expect is that it should feed back to the game a request to reduce the player's hit points down to 1. So I think I did this in regen. I had a mock for where did I do this? It wasn't deltas, was it? Was it update character health? Do I have a script for that? Huh. I guess I do. I should just be using that utility, shouldn't I? What does that actually look like? Oh, that's mostly for healing, isn't it? Oh, actually, this is what I want to use because it already does the stuff I needed to do. So let me think about this. No, this doesn't. I think I need to go back and look at what the scripts used to do for when it kills a player, because I'm not actually sure. Let's look back in time. I'm in the right window. Go back in time to where I started rewriting the scripts, and what did it do when someone gets killed? A NPC attack. That's attacking another NPC. What about attacking a player, though? I don't see it. NPC attack NPC. Where's NPC attack player? Oh. Here it is. Oh, I forgot the particle and sound effect. Hits you for blank damage. Ah, here it is. So, it was a combination of things. We had to find the death dialogue. Ew. And then to do dialogue start, and then say you're dead. Otherwise, we use the update character health. Ooh. Okay. I forgot about this stuff. So there's a was it find dialogue by name? Anyway, there's a kill? Oh. I forgot I did this. Why are there semicolons there? Huh, I don't know. Okay, I have it in utilities. I should just use it, so... So, yeah, okay. Then I know what to do. Because... it does always call update character health, but if it's 0... if it gets reduced to 0, it does extra stuff that I didn't put in the test yet. So this is we're not dead. So we should only expect the message and then the function to be called, which was this update character health. So I just need to mock this, I think. Yeah, let's mock it. Let's mock it. So mock the actual update character health function from utilities. Just record the what is it exactly? Why is it HP max set in? Oh, because we have it available and then we don't have to look it up again. That's why. All right. So just record the parameters. Actually, let's not do it here. Let's do it here. Mock the actual update character from utilities. Check, verify the hit points and hit points max. I can abbreviate that. The HP max is correct, or just verify the parameters are correct. Yep. So then that is a function. So then moon unit expect equal player entity for entity. Moon unit expect equal player for character type. That should have that style. And 1 for hit points. And then that means I need to define an HP max. Let's set that to 22. I need to put it up here though. HP max is 22. There we go. Actually, I don't need to repeat that constant. I can just say this, can't I? HP max. There we go. Alright, so in this case we expect it to be reduced to 1 hit point. I should also verify that it's called, so local character health updated. False. Let's have this one set it to true. And then one of these things is we'll expect it to be true. There. So our health should be updated. We should get this message, right? And let's test that. Since I didn't write the function yet, it should fail. It fails. There is no NPC hit, which causes an immediate failure. Okay, let's make one. NPC hit. Now there's an NPC hit. Try again. No, this means there's no chat message. Also, expected false to be true. Online 42, which is that health was updated. Okay, yeah, those things didn't happen. All right. So what do we do when we get hit? Oh, also I forgot, there's more. We also expect a particle system, right? How does that work? Play, sound, and launch particle. So those I also have to mock. Boy, oh boy. Okay, we'll expect all of those things. I guess it's good that we're only testing it once, because this is tedious. Actually, let's just say mock various utilities verifying parameters are correct. There we go. And so this would be particle launched false, and then that's a function that sets it to true. Verify it happened. Okay, and then what else? The zone has to be wherever the... Oh, that I guess we do need... No, we just need to look at the player's position, don't we? Yeah, so position of the player. And just put something arbitrary in here. X is, I don't know, 2, Y is -4, Z is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter. So that .z will be the zone. Zone? What's path gonna be? Oh, right, just the position of them. So that's X and Y in a list for path. And it's a it's a list of positions, so it's another level. Wow, tedious. All right, and then duration. All right, I remember this. There were constants I wanted to use. So that's hit duration for duration. And these need to be mocked. So we set them up. Anywhere, actually. I could just put it at the top here. I don't know, 7? And what were the other ones? Tile set and tile? Tile set, I don't know, 12? Tile 14 or something? I don't know. Make sure that those constants make their way to these parameters here is all we really need to care about. And secondaries, I never even tested that. We're not even going to test those. That doesn't matter. Actually, I guess I could test it. They should be empty. This should be, what is it, nil? Moon unit expect equal to nil for secondaries. And time offset, nil. Alright. And then we also want a sound to be played, and that's similar to a particle effect, really. So, sound played. Play sound. Play sound. What does that look like? Zone, path, duration, sound. Got it. Zone, path, duration, sound. Haven't heard anything I've said for the last hour due to nonstop crying, tantruming in your households. Baby rage. Baby rage, baby rage. Rally Monkey's got 2 babies. One new one, one slightly new one. Are you getting both babies crying right now, or just one? Okay, for sound, it's the zone, the path, duration. Do I expect the same duration? I do, look at that. And then hit sound. So hit sound can be anything I want. Hit sound is thwack. Doesn't matter what I put there. Just as long as I expect it right here. Sound. Done. Aw, perfectly behaved? Well, Mike, congrats. Congrats to the new one. Oh, really? It's the older one crying? Wait a minute. The wrong one is crying, Rally Monkey. We need to expect that a sound was played. There we go. All right. Okay, then. Now to actually go back and do it. So, the hit had damage. There's no context. It's a entity, right? How did that work? And okay, this is player entity explicitly right now. Damage and message prefix. Okay, and so we're always going to be doing game, chat, game, player entity, message prefix, dot dot, for, damage, damage, exclamation point. That's the chat message. And then we're going to do game, play, sound, player entity again? I forget this. No. Oh, right, it's to everyone within the zone. So that means I need to look up the player's position and zone. So that means it's going to be game with entity. What was it again? I forget. With entity component type. Yeah, I want this. We want player entity. And within that, we're going to play some sound, right? So the sound is going to be played at the, this is position, actually. I want these two to be position. So the position Z is the zone. Path will be position dot X and Y. Right. This is sort of using these global constants, right? Hit duration, hit sound. And then we're playing a sound and then we're launching a particle, right? Launch particle. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm doing this wrong. These were utilities. Yeah, those are utilities. And the difference between the particle and the sound is it had a tile set and a tile. So hit tile set, hit tile. And actually that was it, right? No secondary. The secondaries and time offset was when I added fireworks. So they are an extension we're not using. All right. And then we should be calling that too. So particle gets launched. This is like the hit effect and then the sound effect that goes with it. It's already told you that you got hit. Then I think we need to look up the player's hit points, don't we? And call update character health updated. Yeah, I remember this. So we're looking up the player component of the player. Player, entity, end. And we're saying local HP is player HP. Local HP max is player HP max. Okay, and then what are we supposed to do here? Entity character type, so it's player, entity, player. Right now. Then HP, HP max. Right. I remember this. If HP is greater than, or if damage is greater than or equal to hit points, then they're gonna die. Right? Then HP is 0. I guess we can say else HP equals HP minus damage. So in addition to their health being updated, they need to die here. But we haven't written that test yet, so I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to worry about it. It's not finding all the scripts right now. How come it's not finding all of them? Oh, I called it wrong. Okay, so this should not be called action cooldown. It should be called damaged but alive. And it's failing for some reason. Why? Expected 7 actual was nil? Huh. Oh, I made them locals. That's wrong. These are global constants. So yeah, these need to be separately mocked up here. Mock various game constants. There. Hey there, Raccoonberry. How are you doing? Okay, cool. You saw my CMake video. That's this one, right? The TDD one. Oh, wait a minute. The G-test one. There we go. That video. Yeah, today I'm doing something totally different. Different language entirely. Although I am using some of the same plugins like Test Explorer. I made my own program called Moon Unit, which makes Lua tests look like Google tests in the eyes of the Test Explorer and related plugins. It's kind of cool because it gives me the same kind of facilities that I get for Google tests. I can run Lua tests and show the logs, and even the debug would work if there was a decent debugger for Lua that I knew about. So yeah, today I'm working on the Lua scripts for my game. So slightly different language than my YouTube video was all about. It's kind of interesting to see a lot of people will find me through the stuff I post on YouTube, as opposed to first finding me on Twitch and then seeing stuff on YouTube. Makes me glad that I post on YouTube stuff. Character health updated is nil. Oh, did I get this name wrong? Or what did I do here? Line 31. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hit. Oh, I totally called the wrong function. This is update character health. Yay. NPC damages the player, but they're alive. Cool. So another one for if they kill the player. Hit damages and kills the player. Whoa. What did I just do? I hit some kind of... I misclicked and I changed the zoom level radically. Okay. I remember last time this happened, I had to go here and go to the zoom level and set it to 2.5 and get back to normal. There. Quick recovery there. Control plus, control minus, control 0. I think I hit control shift 9 or something. I don't know what I did. That was weird. Damages and kills the player. The problem I have is that I must be sitting kind of at a weird angle because I keep like hitting the wrong keys. When I strike the keyboard, I'm like hitting the wrong key. I just don't have great posture. Damaged and killed. Okay. Here I'm not going to be so concerned about the particle being launched and all that. In fact, I'm thinking about splitting this first test up into various pieces. Yeah, I think I'm actually I'm gonna do that. Let me split this up. First one will be that a hit produces a particle effect. Hit produces a kapow kind of particle effect. So particle. Hit particle? I don't know. So none of this really matters except for I need to pass something there, so I'm going to keep these. I don't need to mock so we're just doing the particle, so that's the only one I care about. I don't care about the sound effect. We're just doing the hit and making sure the particle is launched. So that's that test, right? Just test the particle effect. Next, let me further subdivide this. That in addition, so another test would be that in addition to the other tests, make sure that hit sound is played. Hit plays a sound effect. So here I only care about playing a sound. That's the only thing I care about. All right. And then when I get down to here, then I don't need to mock these at all. Although I do need to provide something. I don't care if they're called or not. Oh, I have to do that in the other place too, don't I? Yeah, so I need to have empty functions. I don't even need to list any arguments. I can just make them empty functions. Yeah, just empty functions, right? I'm actually going to need those in the other two tests as well. So this one I need the launch particle to be empty. This one, the play sound. Actually, you know what a better way to do this would be? To start them off as empty. Outside the tests. So, provide default mocks for utilities that NPC hit will use. There we go. Launch particle, play sound, and the other one was update character health. Like, whoa, how did I get two of them? There we go. Cool. All right, so now this one only cares about launch particle. This one only cares about play sound. This one should only care about update character health. So I don't need to do these two or expect these two. Cool. So damaged and killed also doesn't care about the particle effects or the sound. It will care about the hit points, and that should go to 0 even if I give an enormous amount of damage, like 18. Because we started out at, what, 17 hit points? So it should not go negative, it should go to 0. And in addition to this, it should say something. Here's where I'm going to cheat and look like what the old code did. Oh, it's a different message entirely. Oh no, that's the miss. The hit was that. Okay. So it's a second chat message telling you that you're dead. And that's only if the dialogue doesn't exist, which I don't think I want. This is obsolete code. I don't want it. I think it should just trigger the death dialogue. Yeah. So that means I also need to mock this find dialogue by name and dialogue start. Find dialogue by name. Oh, I don't need to mock that, do I? I do, because it's not in common. All right. Let's mock it. Yeah. That is a function. But in the case of this test, it actually needs to do something. Wait a minute. Did I really not type in equals? Wow. And then this took a name, and it's supposed to return something, but really I don't care what it returns. Let's just make a constant here. Death dialogue is 666. Thank you for the follow. We'll return it here, and then also expect, yeah, moon unit expect equal death. Because I think that's what I did before, right? Yeah, I just had a dialogue called death that we're expecting. Expect death for the name. Return the death dialogue. Thank you for that other follow. Return the death dialogue. And then then we're gonna mock the other one. Dialogue start. Dialogue start. This guy. All right. So default mock is empty. Right here. This function end. And then down here, I need to verify the right thing was passed in. So make that a function. What do I do for the target? Oh, it's nil. Okay, I really don't like the camel case. That is already used, so let me give this another name. Actual, or how about dialogue player entity? I don't really like these names. I could just do in or something, or I would just dialogue subject entity. Dialogue player. Let's just do dialogue player entity. Names are hard. They're the hardest. And I forgot to say hi, grumpy game dev. Yeah, so we're just checking to make sure we get the correct thing. So the dialogue entity should be death dialogue for the dialogue entity. Moon unit expect equal player dialogue entity for the dialogue player entity. And expect nothing for the target entity, because death doesn't have an entity at all. And then to make sure this is actually called death dialogue started. False. Set it to true and expect it to be true down here. Moon unit expect true that. Oh, hi. Similarly Luaing, but in the default engine this evening. Ah, cool. I'm in my own custom engine. And there are actually two contexts in which this kind of script stuff will run. Within my game, the various functions that start with game hook into my game's engine. So you probably have the same thing in your engine somewhere. There will be a push C function at some point. So there's a meta table called game in my engine, and attached to that are various functions like this with entity component type is how you access game data, and it's an actual C function that you can call from Lua. And we verify this stuff on the Lua stack, interpret it, and call the corresponding stuff in C. So that's one context my scripts run in, and then the other is the test framework, where I have this other facility called Moon Unit, which is the test runner. That's how we that's how we hook into like marking the code as passing or failing. You will not be unit testing your game? That's cool. I do this just to get into the habit of the smallest, easiest to test components on my game. I set up unit tests for to capture various use cases, and then I have a whole suite that I can run to make sure I don't break anything. It is difficult on the motivation. It definitely is controversial. I'm doing it because I have a good friend who advocates it really strongly, and it has helped me, I think. But to each his own, right? You make him at work, to be sure. Yeah, I mean, it's different. Depends on the project, right? I'm doing it for the subroutines for my NPCs, but I'm not planning to do a unit test for the overall script, because this is an integration of numerous subroutines with conditions. And the way I figure it, this is going to be based on well-tested subroutines. And so if there's any bugs in this sequence, it's going to be the order and the logic in the conditionals. And then I'll know just by if my NPC's not acting correctly, I'll know at what step it was wrong. And so I don't really need a unit test for that. Use XUnit? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm trying to follow like arrange, act, assert style, and I set up my runner Moon Unit to kind of work like XUnit. So this is the name of the suite, and that's the name of the test. And it kind of fits in with Test Explorer the same way. Like there's the different suites, and there's the tests within each suite. Some of those only have one test each. Huh. Wow, there's a lot of tests that only have one test. Okay, there's one that has multiples. Interesting. Anyway. Oh, that needs to be refreshed because we added the other test. I feel like the dialogue stuff would be much better off with a declarative approach. So the way my dialogue system works is kind of funky. When you talk to an entity or some kind of dialogue in the game happens, it looks up the dialogue. So for example, here's when you talk to George, and here's when you die. So it works like a state machine. First, you start from the start state, and there's always just a default choice right now. I thought of having the choice depend on how you entered the dialogue. So you might enter a dialogue through talking. You might enter a dialogue through pickpocketing them and getting caught, that kind of thing. But anyway, you start the dialogue with George. He'll say, "Move along, peasant," before you do anything other than start the conversation. And then it tells you the next state to go into. And then once you're in a state, depending on what you type as like what your character wants to say, like you say help, he says, "Would you like me to lead you to the outer chamber?" Or if you said job, he'll say, "I guard this place." Or if you say name, he says, I'm the Bob the guard." Oh, he's actually not Bob, he's George. George the guard. There, I fixed it. So that's how the dialogue system in my game works. It's like a big state machine. If you say certain things, it'll just loop back to the same state, but sometimes, like, for example, help, he'll say that and then go to the help state, which is a multiple of a V for visible choice list. So you can say yes or you can say no. If you say yes, he guides you. If you say no, he says, "All right, let me know if you do in the future," and goes back to the conversation state. It's a big state machine. So the way that this works in the scripts is mostly there are ways to enter the state machine and ways to exit the state machine. So all I'm really testing here is that when you get killed, that you will that dialogue start will be called, and that we'll be entering the correct dialogue with the correct player. That's all that we're really testing. I'm not really testing the dialogue system here, though. Yeah, I do that too. I lean on tests for individual components. Integration tests, I'd never really bought into that. I always feel that it's costs more than it's worth. Yeah. Not yet. I just got asked if I've eaten yet. How long have I been streaming? Almost, I've got another 15 minutes or so. All right, I think I can finish this. So, is the test set up right? No, I don't have a check. Well, actually, we don't need to check what this is called. This is an intermediate, so I'm not even going to care about that. So I'm going to call this one done. So this one says, oh, this needs to be changed, right? The expected prefix is that. So we'll fix it. Run it again. Right, so expected false. Right, so we expected the death dialogue to be started. It wasn't. Oh, we should also expect it to say something else, right? Hold on, maybe not. Maybe it just needs to start the death dialogue. What did the old code do? It did drop aggro. I'm not going to care about it right. I don't think it needs to do that yet. Yeah, just start the death dialogue. Okay, cool. So that's what we'll do here. If they reach 0, we do local death dialogue equals the function that we have to find it. Find dialogue by name. Death. If death dialogue, then dialogue start. And that is the entity, death dialogue, and then the player, who is player entity, and that's it. Done. And we're passing. Cool. Everything is passing. Great. So we're done with hit. Don't need that anymore. So add NPC hit subroutine. Done. I think I might be done with subroutines for now, unless I missed one later. So a hit applies damage. We did all the aggro stuff. There's little bits and pieces missing that I might need to put in here, like need to drop aggro if a player's dead, right? Or if they vanish or they leave site. Where do we do that? I guess it's sort of implied here somewhere. This should say drop all aggro. I don't have a subroutine for that, but it'd be super easy. Let's add that. So that would be in the aggro NPC aggro test. Drop it. So let's have a test to drop all aggro. Drop all enemies from the aggro list. So drop all aggro. Drop all. So let's have a couple different enemies that we have in the aggro list, and we say NPC aggro drop all. We expect the list to go empty. Easy peasy. I hate having to click that button to get this bar over the top, but I'll live with it. So NPC aggro. So we just need to add another function here, and it's going to be pretty simple. It's going to be called drop all. It doesn't need an enemy entity. We don't need the old aggro list. The new aggro list is always going to be like this, so we don't need to do any of this stuff. It's just this. So simplify. Zoom, enhance. Done. Run. It's done. Super fast. Add NPC drop. It was aggro drop all, which is kind of awkwardly named. Drop all subroutine. Cool. Gonna need that. All right, what else might be missing here? Oh, right. At some point here, I think it's here. If not beyond max tether range of aggro, not pursuing enemy within aggro range. I'm missing a subroutine to get that. That's an important one. That's going to take longer to do too. That involves doing a breadth first search at some point and not doing it all the time. Anyway, okay, that's missing. Right, pursuing the enemy with the most threat. So I think there we need to drop enemies that are dead or outside of aggro range now. Maybe I should add a step here. Drop aggro on enemies no longer in range. No longer in range, sure. No longer in aggro range. Right, so then once we dropped anything, really I don't need to say is within, I should say, oh, another thing is if we drop aggro and we were pursuing that enemy, it should stop the pursuit, shouldn't it? I forgot about that. We'll have to remember which enemy we're pursuing, don't we? Okay, I don't even think I have a state for that. I have aggro list. Maybe I need to have aggro target. Aggro target. Entity currently being pursued. And then part of drop aggro would be if the aggro target is dropped, then the actually we can do it here. If pursuing and if pursuing an enemy, actually I guess I can just say if aggro target is no longer in aggro list, stop pursuit. And then I just need to update aggro target every time we do pursue. So we pursue the anchor, we're not pursuing, we would just clear the aggro target. We would also clear it if... Okay, so I should say stop pursuit and clear aggro target. Yeah, so when... I don't need to have an explicit drop aggro if someone dies, because if they're dead, they're no longer in range. So being dead, being logged out, being in a different zone, all of those keep you from being in range. So I need to actually have a subroutine to check if enemies are within aggro range. So I'm missing that. What are we gonna name it? Test if enemy in aggro range. There we go. Need to learn unit testing for your project, just unsure how to unit test netcode. I don't think you would. I think start unit testing the very, very fundamental things. Like if you have an object that represents something very basic, like a socket or a client, something you can separate from all other components easily, then that's what you would unit test. But if you have like, if your netcode is like dependent on a bunch of other things and it has to have a server and that kind of thing, I found that those things incredibly hard to unit test. If you maybe made an abstraction for your netcode, so your netcode doesn't directly call socket stuff, but maybe it calls some kind of abstraction API, and then you can mock that, then you can more easily unit test your netcode. Right? So if all of your dependencies are cleanly abstracted, it makes it easier, because then you can mock the things that you depended on. Or if you just simply have fewer dependencies, so it's a very simple component that maybe only has 1 or 0 dependencies. Super easy to unit test that stuff. I wouldn't unit test things that either have a lot of dependencies or have dependencies that are too concrete, Because you'll end up having to set up a test server for your test client to talk to, and it just gets like way too hard and not worth it at that point. Then you might as well just don't unit test it, just test it with a real server at some point, regularly to make sure it still works. I think the same thing for user interfaces. Like, I don't bother unit testing this user interface here because I'm using it as a human being already, and I go through all the buttons and press them. I'm testing it. Why have a test framework that like moves the mouse and does random clicks when I would just be doing it myself? But that's just me, it's just my opinion. It's a very subjective thing. Hey, Jolt Jab! Welcome! Jolt Jab is such a cool stream. You guys should check it out. He's got an awesome personality. He's a very funny guy. Also very talented doing the game dev stuff. Jolt Jab, kapow! I've been jolted. I wish I could be as funny as Jolt Jab. All my attempts are like pathetic dad joke style humor. Hello, Jolt Jab. Hello, Riley. Hello, it's Geppy. I like to wave at people in my chat. And did I say hi to Dowright? I did, but I missed a few other people. I missed Goban. And I missed some people previously before the raid. In fact, that's covering stuff. Literally a cat is here and I didn't notice. Literally a cat is in my channel. I love cats. And Darth. When did Darth say something? Darth. At 7:05? Really? And I missed it. Oh, it was during the raid. There we go. I got jolted. All right. Getting a lot of guff from your dad joke from earlier. But see, I don't know about you, Jolchad, but I really am a dad, so I feel like I can make stupid jokes and just say, hey, I'm a dad. It's just a dad joke thing, All right, so if you're new here, which is quite possible, here's a little quick video. It's not even 2 minutes long. That gives an intro to what I do on my channel. Then you can make the decision if I'm lame or if I'm cool or somewhere in between, And if you want to check out my work online right now, I have a production server where I have a game running. It's not complete. It's not anywhere near complete, but this is what it looks like. So it is a MUD, which is multi-user dungeon. So it's a really old school kind of game. Multi-user, online, mostly text-based, but there are little graphics thrown in. So a normal user of the game would see things like this. Let's say my character's named GM. You see that little bug up there? That I haven't fixed that yet. So you move around in this virtual world, and this is the fact that I can only see a short distance is sort of simulating that it's a dark environment. And as I walk up here, it's like, oh, it's lit over here. Look at that. Look at this nice little area with the tree. But there are shadows, right? You stand right behind the tree. You can't see on the other side of it. You can't see through walls. You go through the world and you pick up items and you talk to NPCs and you can do combat with enemies. So if you've ever seen or heard of or played the game Ultima 4, Ultima 5, that's what my inspiration is. It's a combination of text-based storytelling and following clues from one place to another, as well as building up your attributes and your gear, and through combat, a little bit of strategy, like moving your character so that you're not overwhelmed by enemies. Yeah, exactly. I don't have any story content yet. My game engine is custom made from scratch, so most of my time these days, probably the next 4, 5, 6 months, is going to be just building up the pieces of the game engine. Like last week and the week before, I was working on adding containers. That's why I have this chest here in the game and these piles of gold nearby. So I was testing putting the gold in the box, taking it out of the box, that kind of thing. And that container stuff doesn't even exist on the production server yet. It's only in the test server. I haven't deployed it yet. So today and this week, I've been overhauling the scripts which drive these non-player characters to the fundamental things that they do: move around, wander, pursue targets, attack, wait, pull and drop aggro, hit players, testing if enemies are within aggro range. I've been calling these NPC subroutines. I've been doing test-driven development to make tests for every kind of possible situation. So when you have these 3 guys in your aggro list and you say drop them all, then it should go to an empty list, that kind of thing. The more entertaining thing might be in the hit test here. If you're hit and killed by a monster, then you expect that your health will be updated, your health will become 0, you'll go into the death dialogue, and you should get a message saying the smelly orc has hit you for 18 damage. You died because at the beginning of the test framework here, you only had 17 hit points. So there's a lot of overhead, that's true, but these tests sort of completely cover like all of the various scenarios that might happen. So, for example, in the pursuit system, you might be these are all from the NPC's point of view. You could be blocked by a barrier. You could be blocked by another NPC. You could be blocked by a player. Or maybe you can move, right? So there are just a lot of little bits and pieces. So I've been going through all the subroutines for NPCs today. Oh, thank you, Jolt Jab. Don't plan to make any money off of the engine itself, but I hope, because it's been a lifelong goal to make this kind of game, and I like doing stuff from scratch, so the game engine is sort of just, I mean, I guess I could eventually sell it, but I'm most interested in just fulfilling the lifelong dream of making a game, and then if people want to play it, and I'll try to as hard as I can to make it so people will want to play it, then I hope to make money off of the content development. So it'll be free to play for the base content, but then if you decide you like playing it, you would maybe pay $1 or $2 whenever a new expansion comes out, and that would unlock different areas in the game. So you could play up to a certain point, and there would be like a magical doorway which your character can't open because you haven't paid the $2 or something like that. Because I hate it when I have to pay for a game and I don't know if I like it or not. So I thought, I'll just make the base game free, and I haven't yet decided how much of it would be free, but my goal would be enough so that you get an idea whether or not you want to keep playing, and then there would be a paywall at some point that it'll be far enough into the game where you'll know whether or not you like the game. If you don't like it, then it was only your time trying it out, right? But if you like it, it would be, you would, just some small fee, and I don't know what I would charge. Yeah, so there'd be a paywall like you've completed the chapter 1 of the story. If you like the game so far, you want to unlock chapter 2, you pay $1 or something like that. I've seen games like that online, and I like that model. I have no idea if it's going to be successful or not. So just telling people who plays it that there's a paywall, yeah, I'll definitely do that. Right now, everything's free. So when I put a paywall in, I'll start to tell people, I'll make it very plain on the front page that the game is free to play for the first chapter. And it's designed so that the first chapter is long enough so that you should know whether or not you want to keep playing or not. We'll see how it goes. Did I miss any other chat? I don't think I did. Question, what did one snowman say to the other? Answer, do you smell carrots? That's a good dad joke. I can't remember the dad jokes. What I say is, any joke I tell, it's probably a dad joke. That way, if it's a really bad, then I can say, well, of course it's bad. It's a dad joke. All right, so I'm going to go back to admin mode. Whoa, I can see through everything. And I'll turn off my avatar and be invisible here. So yeah, that's pretty much don't have a whole lot of art, not a whole lot of story yet. Just working on game mechanics. And I'm almost done for the day, too. I've been going for about 4 hours, but I'll go a little bit longer since you guys were kind enough to raid me. I wanted to fill in another subroutine here. I test if enemies in aggro range. So that's a little bit complicated, because the way it works in the game right now with the old scripts is that, like, for example, George has an aggro search area that in my debugging panel I can turn on here. So when he was standing here was the last time he computed his aggro search radius. So if he's standing here, then within 15 tiles is where he's scanning for enemies. So if an enemy gets within one of these squares, like 15, 14, 13, then he's like looking at them like, if he gets any closer, I'm going to attack. I have it set to like, it goes to 10 is where he's going to aggro. 9 definitely, 8 definitely, but 11, 12, it's like he might aggro if the enemy gets a little bit closer. So to demonstrate that, let me pick up an enemy. Put him there. So there it's questionable and when it becomes questionable, he recomputes his aggro. And when he recomputes it live and it's still less than or equal to 10, he's like, I'm going to go after that guy. So that's what he did. He went after that slime and killed him. So right now, every time you move, I think it's going to recompute because these guys are within 15. No, it's only if the difference is less than 10. So I have to pick up this one and move him. Sorry, I'm recovering from a cold too. Yeah, so see how he had to recompute it there? And he said, well, I have moved away from where I was before and now he's out of range. But if I were to pick this guy up and put him over here, whoa, bad news. Too close. It's going to go over there and attack him. Ah, you missed a few times there. And he's programmed so that if he gets too far away from this home spot, he'll go back home. So yeah, I need to do the equivalent in the new scripts now. I need to compute a search area, but not all the time because it's very bad for performance. I need to compute a search area and cache it. And then basically scan to see if any enemies are within the area. If they are, perhaps update the search area. And if it's up to date and if they're within a certain area, then they qualify as being within range. How do you play the game yourself right now? Follow this link. Here, I'll go in the game too. Actually, let's just flip from the test environment to the production environment. So, you will appear here if you log into my game following that link. You can either create an account, which is the username and password, or you can just do login through Twitch. And the only thing that my game records if you log in through Twitch is your Twitch ID number and your username. It says like email address, but actually I don't get that at all. We don't use email addresses except if you choose to enter it for recovering your password, which doesn't even matter if you're logging in through Twitch. Anyway, you'll show up here. This is a magic door as depicted by this. If you're not an admin, you won't see that, but if you're like me and you can turn that on, then it should show up there. And if you step onto there, you will be teleported to the first world, which is this area, and there's Grumpy Game Dev, who's playing the game right now. And looks like he got killed. There's a bug in the game now where you'll continue to get hit by the monsters even after you're dead. And I've already fixed that, but I haven't deployed that fix yet. It's only a gray screen for you? Uh-oh. Might be a browser problem? I haven't tested this on all different browsers. It doesn't really work on mobile. Yeah, rip Grumpy. Oh, there's a player. Let's see if I can find out who it is. It's Geppy. Unmask you. That mask thing at first, where it showed player or whatever, that's just to verify it's someone I can trust. I'm generally, by default, trusting anyone who logs in through Twitch, because if they misbehave, I can then ban them from Twitch. If you just create a username and password, I have no idea who you are. You might be a spammer, so I'll probably leave the name masked just to make sure I'm extra cautious and all that. So, yeah. You know what I can do as to reward you for actually trying to log into the game? I have limited edition fireworks up here. Let me see if I remember how to do this. Click there, and then duplicate them. Ooh, look at those fireworks. If you pick them up and use them, you can recreate what we did on New Year's Eve. So for New Year's Eve, I was streaming, and viewers suggested I make a firework for the game. And I just gave away the secret. But yeah, those are fireworks. If you use them, they launch into the air. It might be, but the user interface for my game still needs a little bit of work. It might not be obvious how to use them. I should probably log in and show you how it's done. So, new window, go to my game, and I will pop into the game right here. Oh, you already figured out how to use it. I saw that. Yeah, so you just hit U, or you press U down here for use, and then you just left click on it, and whoosh, boom. So this is an item that has a side effect called launch particle, and the particle is a multi-stage particle. So when it first launches, it's following an arc, and then at a certain point, it generates secondary particles which have their own paths and that have their own states. And all of that is broadcast to every player within range. So that's why we were able to have a good time on New Year's Eve. And the fireworks are all just white with no colors, and they're not as impressive as they could be because we literally did everything in 4 hours. and I haven't touched it since. And the dog is barking. If you hear the dog in the background, it must be dinner time or something. All right. I saw someone go over here and disappear. They must have logged out. Yeah, right now the combat is nowhere near tuned or anything. Oh, I'm glad you like it, Skeppy. So, again, all test content. Haven't done any tuning. Have only made like 3 kinds of test monsters to begin with. So we have these like slimes, which are moderately difficult if you don't have a weapon. The way you get a weapon is not really obvious right now, because I haven't put any time to that. Ooh, it's Grumpy Game Dev's being slaughtered over and over again. Let's rescue them. Pull them to safety. These enemies are like almost impossible right now because I haven't tuned them at all. These ones will one-shot you. I set up this area and initially tuned it for when we had like 6 people at once going in. And so I set up these, like, you really need to have like a group of 4, 5, 6 players hitting them all at the same time in order to turn the tide, so to speak. Anyway, there are a few visual artifacts that I fixed. I haven't deployed to production too. I need to do a deploy soon to get those bugs pushed out. I can actually help you guys out by just simply destroying these monsters. Wah! I am the GM here. I've destroyed them. Anyway, that's all you can do for now. There's not much more to the game. There is this secret passage that no one's really seen. And if you're playing the game, it would look kind of like this, where you're walking around and you just have to know that you can walk through the wall there. Like that, and then you're like, oh, there's a secret passage. Where does that lead? And it leads to this little area here that we were playing around with. There's a bug there where you can see the particle effects that happen on other sides of walls. I've been meaning to fix that and haven't done it yet. That's about it to what we have in the game. I need to find a stopping point soon. Was I going to do one more subroutine? Oh, the aggro range. This one is too much work for me to do right now. I'm going to postpone that till next time. Actually, you know what? Probably I'll stop development now. Maybe, is there something I can do before I end the stream? I feel bad ending now. We just got raided. Oh, I know what I can do. I can talk a little bit more about the architecture of the game. So if you're curious about how all these things work, right? Most of the game, I would say 90% of it, runs in the cloud on Amazon Web Services. The other 10% runs in your web browser. So we use a variety of languages. The stuff I was working on today, Lua, is running in the game engine, where the game engine framework is all in C++. That's where all of the game's data is stored. It's actually stored on multiple servers that are kept in sync using a cluster consensus algorithm. So every change to the game is replicated to all the servers, so that if any one server crashes, any of the other servers can continue the game and there's no data loss. You escaped the sewer. Congrats! So there's no data loss as long as we have at least one server that doesn't crash. And as soon as one server crashes, there's a game orchestrator which restarts that process. So it's pretty resilient to fault. And the communication between those servers and the client, you can actually see if you're in Chrome and you hit F12, and then you go to the network tab and you reload, you will see, if you're me, you get 3 connections. If you're a normal user, you'll get 1. The admin mode has to connect all the servers simultaneously. But anyway, if you click on a WebSocket, you'll see a bunch of messages flying across. They look like this: sprites update. This is a message coming from the server whenever something changes visually on the screen here. And every game message from the server to the client will look like this. They're all JSON formatted text, so it's easy for Chrome to kind of pull it apart and you can see the contents of it. This is basically saying, I need you to take sprite 37503 and move it to x equals -4, y equals 1. So it's probably moving one of these slimes around, right? And if I shift the camera one over, then we'll get a similar message. If I find it, it'll be in here somewhere. There it is. Where the dx is 1, that means we need to shift the whole camera by 1. And then in addition to shifting the camera 1, here are a bunch of new sprites that you couldn't see before because they moved on screen and they were off screen before. So Also, everything you do in the game, from moving around to changing your name or looking at the ticketing system, will send a message in the opposite direction, and those look like these green messages. The GM, that's my connection, can do direct modifications to the game, so like creating components, creating cameras, that kind of thing. Ordinary player, if you were to watch the messages going across, there'll be requests to the game to start moving up, down, left, and right, that kind of thing. Can't open doors right now. I haven't implemented that. Sorry, but we will add that soon. So the networking, just at a very, very high level, is when you connect to a website, you're sending a request. Requests kind of look like this, where there's a URL you're going to, and there's a response back from the server. Usually it's the contents of the web page, right? For my game, it's a special kind of connection called a WebSocket, where instead of getting a page to draw, you're actually switching protocols. We're like going to second gear from first gear, and the new protocol called WebSocket is like a pair of pipes where the server can send us a message, or we can send the server the message, a message of our own, and they're independent, so that flows in both directions. And you can put whatever you want in these messages. So I've chosen for my messages to make them simple strings. And those strings are following a format called JSON. And JSON is just a way to represent, like, arbitrary shaped data structures. You can have numbers, you can have strings, or you can have lists of numbers and strings, or you can have lookup tables of numbers and lookup. You can have any combination. And all the physical mechanics of how messages go between the server and client, it's all buttoned up inside of this thing called WebSocket. If you are programming in JavaScript, let me show you what it would look like. That's game connection. New WebSocket. So all you really need to do to talk to a server in JavaScript through a WebSocket is make a WebSocket, put in the correct host and port number there, and add an open listener, a closed listener, but really the most important one is a message listener. This function will be called whenever the server sends us anything. And what it sends will be event.data. So what I choose to do is I say, take that event.data, parse it as if it was JSON, put it in a structure and under a field called message, and dispatch it through Redux. At this point, to explain it further, I have to explain how the libraries I use function. It's not really relevant for the discussion. If you just wanted to get started with networking in JavaScript, it would just be make a new WebSocket, look up the class WebSocket on the online documentation. It'll tell you that there's a function called addEventListener, and if you attach, what that does is it takes a function you provide and attaches it so that it calls that function for you whenever this event happens. The message event happens whenever you receive a message. The close event happens when the connection is closed. Pretty straightforward so far. It gets more and more complicated the deeper you go. That's what got me hooked into programming in the first place, is that from a very high level, you can kind of understand it, and you're like, oh, I want to learn more. And then you just leads you to the next level of complexity, and before you know it, you're deep in. And then no one else can read your code, and you feel like a wizard. So it's hard, it would be hard for me to explain all this stuff. I prefer to give you very, very high level how it looks and show you that you can actually, if you had F12 in Chrome, you can actually see some of the details there. And this is stuff you can look up if you really were more interested in it. And hopefully it gives you a rough idea on how the game is structured. Right? The front end of the game runs in your web browser and draws things that the rest of the game tells it to draw. And when you press buttons in the user interface, it's sending messages back to the server to say to the server, hey, my client wants to move left or right or use an item. And what actually happens in the game depends on what the server decides. Yeah, can he move left? Okay, he can move left. Can he use a firework? Yes. So hopefully that at least makes sense. And unless you guys have any more questions, it's probably time for me to go eat dinner. And I'll need to go find someone else to raid. But I will be back not tomorrow, but Friday. I should be back Friday for at least one stream, maybe two. Friday's my long day. It adds up to like 8 or 9 hours. Thank you, Darth Maz. Oh, that's the way to say your name. And let me go try to find someone interesting. Thanks, it's Guppy. And what's for dinner? I'm not sure. I think it's chicken fingers or something. Thank you very much, Crumpet. Do you guys have any preference for who we could go rate? Because otherwise, I'm just gonna see who I'm following, and if any one of those fine folks are streaming right now, I'll just pass it on to them. It's MZS. All right, Darth MZS. Got it. All right, and thank you for that follow, by the way. I'm not sure who we should raid. A lot of people are playing games right now. Chicken fingers. I know it's not exactly healthy. Okay, I see one game dev who's working on his game. Actually, I see two. No, you guys don't have any preferences on who to raid? I'll just raid someone whom you might not have seen before. I think I'm going to raid User335. He's just started 26 minutes into his stream. Let me mute the mic here, give you the link. He's working on a game in Unity. It's a really interesting concept where you don't really control directly what's going on in the game. You summon minions, and you let the minions do the work for you. Oh, you know a cool game dev he's streaming right now? I think I'm going to raid User335, but if you ever have a suggestion of who else to raid in the future, let me know. User335 is a great guy. I hope you enjoy his stream. And let me find the right button to do that. Actually, I should just do this in the console. What am I doing? It's just so easy to use the GUIs. All right, I hit the button. Yeah, let me know if you have any other suggestions in the future. Let me know. We're gonna raid User335 today, though. I hope you guys have an awesome rest of the day, and I'll see you guys in a couple days. I hope. I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I should be back on Friday. So take care. Bye. Thanks for being here.